Someone tell me why this thing's absolutely juiced. Trump? What did he do? Oh, Trump Jr. and Eric? All right. Sweet. It's broken. Love it. All right, let's see how this thing decides to move. Well, lagging is an understatement here. Let's halt out. Oh, wow. How do I see the market? Honestly, I have no idea. I just woke up, so I'm a little late to the party this morning. I'm still playing catch up. Oh yeah, Tesla broke some big levels, didn't it? Jeez. PLTR, what an absolute animal. Hmm. Yeah, I ended up positive $6 yesterday. Got offline, came back, 4K. Chicka bow wow, let's go, bud. Nice hit. Nice hit. Gonna watch this DOMH out of the halt. Got an order if it goes red to green. Fire stepping in. They're getting crushed. Yeah. Two. Hmm. Hmm. DOMH did a cuck there on the 1 minute. I wonder if this fails and you get a curl here. See if we get a wick on this closure or not. Do it, partner. Go high a day. Jeez, TEM, insane move. TM hitting the scanners. Huh. SCBP. It's PC. Lipo down. OKLO trying to come back up. ATEX 1 minute play. BBAI all over the place. Come on. SLQT going. They had news yesterday, right? Or the day before? SLQT. Absolute banger. All right, first pullback. See what it does. Sopa juicing. It's not Sopa. QNTM's creeping, man. Okay, it just blew through the levels. OKLO again. TEM has a W. $75. What? Died Lou, you're on the wrong screen. I have two streams on YouTube. One's vertical, one's horizontal. Okay, hello, red to green. 5 minute on TEM. BBAI starting to spread its wings. PLTR. Oh, got a hit on this guy. There we go. Big win there, boys. That's a nice win. That's a really nice look. And I left, I left 800 on the table. Get nervous. See that BBAI, absolute juice. ATEX has a 5 minute building. Sorry. Where did TEM pop up? The 5 minute candle over candle. See right here. Boop, boop, boop. I had an order to go live right on this last candle over candle failure. Candle over candle right here failed, so put it as a resistance level. When you come through previous resistance levels, typically someone loses a la shorts. And you might get a pop. And we did. Now it's going for 77. SLQT, nice move. CCL. TM, absolute juicing. 20-minute TOS update. Jeez. HLIT. You bottom bouncing this? Or is this golden pocket? What are you doing here, Cheese? Nice work, Speed. Saw that BFRG. After hours. Animal. So QT is an animal. TM. I've got a good thumbnail for you guys today. A good one. Well, I think it'll be good. I haven't seen it yet. Good prompt anyway. No, never mind. I take it back. It's still good, but it's not what I wanted. Jimmy still juicing, huh? Powell speaks at 10. It'll be a nothing burger, no doubt. It's probably all written down and everything, huh? Sent visit Kiev as Trump seeks minerals. Interesting. Why Besant? Check in no rush. All right, hang on a second. Got to do something this morning. Tem, cuck and go potential. 78.43. So we should break this and then break that. We'll see though. Dead a 5-minute cuck here. MACD is starting to flip. I'll do half size. Just because of that. BBAI high day. Watch Gmail. I've got it on my radar. It's the daily looks still like ass. Just because we're getting a bounce doesn't mean we're gonna go stupid yet. BBAI is an animal. Holy hell. What did I sell that for? Like $4 the other day? What's up, Gravy? Rare earth basket. Mm-hmm. Holy BBAI. CSAI, speaking of AI, is curling again. Creeping back up. Yeah, I saw that speed. Waiting for it to curl or something. Oh, he's in front of the Senate today? Oh, we are definitely watching that. We are definitely watching that. BBAI, cuck and go. Oh. Oh. $78.25. Good banana. How in the world are you hitting so hard? $20,000. My gosh. ETH doing? ETH just hit my scanners here. Nothing. Yeah. Okay. $78.07. It's interesting to see that DOMH respond so well pre-market.
Here is the Powell Senate Banking Committee link, brother.
Oh, I have. It just started on my end. Thank you, my man.
4 years, the Biden administration and Bidenomics have devastated, decimated, and destroyed hardworking families' ability to support themselves. During Joe Biden's time in office, overall prices rose by over 20%. Energy prices, 34%. Transportation costs, 31%. Groceries, 22%. But that's not all. Thanks to Bidenomics, 2/3 of Americans have less than $1,000, $1,000 in their savings accounts.
That's kind of crazy, though.
But there is good news. Things are going to get better.
CSAI red to green
During his
here.
first term, President Trump kept his
Spread
promises
sucks
to the
still.
American people. In the first 3 years of his presidency, President Trump built the most inclusive economy ever. 7 million jobs created, and 2/3 went to women, African Americans, and Hispanics. It's time to once again make America's economy work for the folks working paycheck to paycheck. Joe Biden broke our economy, and Donald Trump will fix it. For too long, bank regulators have followed a black box regulatory framework with little to no recourse. The FDIC, under President Trump's leadership, recently released never-before-seen supervisory documents which confirmed
Speaking of never
that
released, don't we get the
Biden's
JFK
operation
files soon?
2.0 was
That's gonna be
real,
wild.
despite assurances that these unacceptable practices would end following the Democrats' first Operation Choke Point 1.0. We are seeing an unfair playing field that results in disastrous consequences for legal businesses and law-abiding citizens. On one hand, if you were in the private sector and you do your job poorly, you would face consequences,
That's like
reprimands,
dunked on.
suspensions, or even being fired. But if you are within the walls
Oh,
of
they
the
found new
federal
files, huh?
government, such as a
Such a
bank
quinky dink. This is
you
going to
will
be so
face
crazy.
no consequences for your actions. Even if you pressure a bank to cut off services to digital asset firms, political figures, and conservative aligned businesses and individuals. To me, that goes against the principles of fairness and market access. Over the last 2 years, as the ranking member of this committee, I have consistently argued that Basel III endgame proposal will raise costs and limit credit access for hardworking Americans. And while I'm glad this proposal was not finalized, the uncertainty surrounding Basel III forced banks to put capital on the sidelines, limiting access to that capital for local small businesses across our country. Now, as chairman,
Well, I didn't want to give
work
it back
rectify the
already.
issues of the Biden
Come on.
administration. Chairman Powell, I look forward to hearing from you on the Federal Reserve's future and the plans that you have for right-sizing the financial regulatory framework, specifically around Basel III. To create jobs here in America, we need to make sure there's capital and liquidity in the market. And we also want all Americans, even those growing up in poverty like I did, to know that they can access the capital necessary to start new businesses, grow existing businesses, buy a home, and pursue
ATEX,
their
5 minute,
American
very
dream.
tight.
Chairman, I look forward to your comments and your testimony. I will simply
Spreads
say
suck.
that I believe that weaponizing an independent agency like the Fed, for liberal positions,
SLQT.
from debanking crypto, bank stress
AIFF,
tests,
Firefly
and the
Neuroscience
green
shares were halted
financing
at the
scheme
highs.
is not calling balls and strikes as a fair referee. And I hope that we are getting ready to clean that
63%.
slate, start afresh, and focus
Company
on a
announcing
healthy
acceptance
economy.
into the NVIDIA Connect
Thank you, Member
program.
Warren.
That's AIFF.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, it is no secret that you and I disagree on the need for strong bank regulation, on monetary policy, and on the Fed's stock trading scandals. We have sharp differences, but I believe you are a principled public servant who cares about this country. We are at an unprecedented moment. Our financial systems are facing huge risks from the economic chaos of President Trump and his co-president, Elon Musk. From on-again, off-again tariffs to on-again, off-again layoffs for tens of thousands of government workers, to on-again, off-again cuts in domestic grain purchases, to on-again, off-again support for medical research. Now, co-president Musk and his OMB director have frozen all work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. There are now 0 cops overseeing the $18 trillion consumer lending market. 0 cops. Investigations into illegal foreclosures and auto repossessions canceled. Exams of giant credit card issuers to weed out unlawful junk fees canceled. Probes of illegal debt collection practices canceled. Rules to save people billions of dollars canceled. If Musk and his OMB director succeed in killing the CFPB, it's like putting a sign on every checking account, every credit card, every mortgage application, and every car loan. Cops have been fired. Let the scams begin. That is not all. Musk and his Doge crew are also rooting through the Treasury's most important payment systems, the financial plumbing that ensures that billions of payments go through, from Social Security checks to grants for community health centers. No one has verified how they got this access or what they are doing with it. No one has checked whether Americans' financial data has been copied or sold for the personal profit of Mr. Musk. Instead, we've had a series of
Because he's going to go sell it on the black market.
by Treasury.
He's got everybody's data already.
After receiving public blowback, it appears that Secretary Bessent is now trying to throw the Federal Reserve under the bus. Secretary Bessent
Another
claims
5 minute,
that
5
Doge
minute
can't
cuck on
meddle with the
ATEX.
Treasury's payment systems because ultimately the Fed is in control.
SLQT.
Now, I'm not sure whether Secretary Bessent doesn't understand how the system works or if he's just trying to shift the blame to you. But I know he is wrong. The Fed simply executes the transactions that Treasury instructs.
Damn.
If Elon and his hackers, for example, initiate instructions to choke off payments to their
AIFF shares
enemies,
resume trading.
or
Alpha
if
India
they issue instructions to shut down payment
shares
for
hitting
teachers' aides for
$5.38
kids
at the
with
high, up
special
about
needs,
70%.
the Fed
AIFF.
may have no way of knowing that the instructions were manipulated, and the Fed may have no legal method to override them. Chair Powell, the next 18 months may define your legacy and the country's trust in the Fed as an institution.
SLQT,
I
5 minute.
expect that you will work with Democrats and Republicans in Congress if Doge's next move
kid
is to
named
try
Big
to
Balls.
commandeer the Fed's
Hey, listen,
payment
that's the
system.
kind of kid that I need.
also expect that you will not join the
Fine
conspiracy
shit, you know what I
to
mean?
shutter the CFPB. Unlike the Treasury payment instructions, you can see if the CFPB's funding requests have been manipulated.
I literally
I
just tried to do a
understand
market
that
order
some
and it said
extremists have
no.
a different view about what the law ought to be.
HIT.
But under the law right now,
shares getting a pop to the high
impoundment is
$5.92 on a
clearly
spike in
illegal.
volume. That's Hotel India
Do not
Tango.
make the Federal Reserve an accomplice to this illegal act and forever sully the reputation of the Fed. Keep the CFPB funded exactly as the law requires. We are in the middle of a crisis as Elon Musk tries to take over our government. But let's also talk for just a minute about your day-to-day job, meeting the Fed's dual mandate of promoting maximum employment and stable prices. It's now clear that the Fed acted too late and let inflation get too high, and then responded by keeping rates too high for too long. These policies made the big drivers of inflation, like housing costs, even worse. And they put Americans' jobs at risk, making it more difficult for them to afford a home and for small businesses to be able to finance their operations. I urge you to move more rapidly to bring down interest rates, beginning with a meaningful rate cut next month. You have proven you can move quickly when it is politically expedient. After President Trump was elected, within the space of just a few weeks, you scrubbed seemingly all mention of diversity and inclusion from the Fed's website. You withdrew from an international central bank group that shares information on climate-related risks to the financial system. You instituted a hiring freeze that will limit the number of cops on the Wall Street beat, and you announced plans to gut big bank stress tests. I can see the immediate political appeal of your strategy, but ultimately it will fail. You will lose good people. Climate catastrophes will continue to mount, and the increasing vulnerability of big banks will threaten our
CSAI,
entire
absolute
economy.
Choose light
Sure,
volume.
Donald Trump may be happier with you right now, but wading deeper into politics to please him over the long run will burn the reputation and the independence of the Fed and put our entire economy at risk. I urge you, don't fall into these traps. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Today we'll hear from Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, on the semi-annual monetary policy report to Congress. Chair Powell, thank you for your testimony today, and you are now recognized.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Warren, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past few years. Labor market
filling that gap,
conditions have cooled from their
CSAI.
formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose 2.5% in 2024, bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have declined in the fourth quarter, but was solid for the year overall. Following weakness in the middle of last year, activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized.
Hanging around.
In the labor market, conditions remain solid.
LTRY
and appear
daily
to have
cock
stabilized.
on watch over 143.
Payroll job gains averaged 189,000 per month over the past 4 months. Following earlier increases, the unemployment rate has been steady now since the middle of last year, and at 4% in January remains low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years have helped narrow longstanding disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-term goal. PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices
LTRY
rose
daily now.
2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. Since last September, the FOMC lowered the policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak, after having maintained the target range for the federal funds rate
I'm gonna let
at
that percolate.
5.25% to 5.5% for 14 months.
AIFF coming back up.
That
18 break.
recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of the progress on inflation and the cooling in the labor market. Meanwhile, we've continued to reduce our
Should've gone.
securities holdings. With our policy stance now significantly less
Not going, I'm out.
restrictive than it had been, and the economy remaining strong,
I should have
we do
gone.
not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance.
CSAI back to the highs.
We know that
Oh my
reducing policy
gosh.
restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the FOMC will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly,
COSM
or
Cosmos
inflation were to
Health
fall more
entered
quickly
final
than
development phase of
anticipated, we can ease policy
CCX0722 weight
accordingly.
management solution. Expected
We
product
are
launch
attentive
in
to the risks
Q1
on both sides of our dual
Q2
mandate, and
2026.
policy is well
That's
positioned to
Charlie
deal
Oscar,
with the
Sandy
risks
Michael.
and uncertainties that we face.
Chunks taken out
This
of
year,
that 42
we are conducting the second periodic review of our monetary policy strategy, tools, and communications, the framework used to pursue our congressionally mandated assigned goals.
Shares of
maximum
McDonald's
employment and
popping to the
stable
highs,
prices. The
311.59.
focus of this
McDonald's up
review
about
is on the FOMC's
0.9%
statement on
now.
longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy,
Michael Charlie
which
Delta.
articulates the committee's approach to monetary
So
policy
LSCC
and
is just
on the committee's
down.
policy communication tools. The committee's 2% longer-run inflation goal will be
LTR
retained
1 minute
and will
over
not
142
be a
now.
focus of the review. Our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a
Oh
research
my
conference
gosh,
in
you
May.
bastard.
We will take on board lessons of the past 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. Let me conclude by emphasizing that at the Fed, we'll do everything we can to achieve our dual mandate goals that Congress has set for monetary policy. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
I bet you do.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Certainly your words and your actions have a global impact. You have the opportunity and responsibility of leading this country in the right direction economically, and I thank you for your commitment to having a conversation with all
All
of
right,
us
Tommy,
about how
thank
you do
you.
that well. You and I had a conversation yesterday. Some of it was frustrating, some of it was illuminating, but in the end, my goal is to make sure that the American people, and specifically
This
those
is
working
142
paycheck to
break. It's a
paycheck,
1 minute.
have more opportunities to succeed, not fewer. You have said that the Fed is not against innovation, and banks are perfectly able to serve crypto customers as long as they understand
Going right into
and
crypto.
manage the risks. Yet you have admitted that the threshold has been a little higher for banks. engaging in
Very,
crypto
very tight 1
activities.
minute here.
Last
Pop or
week, we
drop,
held a hearing on
probably.
debanking, and once again heard that federal banking agencies, in particular the Fed, use reputational risk as a tool to encourage the debanking of certain legal industries and law-abiding citizens for political reasons not tied to safety and soundness. Debanking is a top priority for this committee, and it certainly is for me, and one that I believe is a bipartisan issue.
Is that Chair Powell
Will you
taking
commit to
questions
working
now?
with this committee to end
From the committee?
debanking, including working with the new Vice Chair of Supervision, once appointed, to revise the Federal Reserve supervision manuals to remove reputational risk as a tool to weigh in on political topics?
I'm happy to make that commitment.
Thank you, sir. Accountability is very important. I would like to think accountability is a priority for everyone, especially the Fed, given that failures in Fed supervision can result in the loss of billions of dollars. Yet following the failure of the Silicon Valley Bank, which was in part due to the failures of its regulators to identify egregious mismanagement of interest rate and
INTC,
liquidity
Intel
risks,
popping to the highs
we
now.
have yet to
Indian
see
November
any
Tango Charlie,
regulators be held
INTC.
accountable. And as you recall, that was a point of my
Intel share is
frustration.
up about
As a
6%
guy who
today.
spent a lot of time in the private sector, 15 years running a few businesses, I can tell you that accountability is a necessary part of making the entire organization healthier and perform its job as
ATAC's
as
trying to
well as
balance.
possible. I'm encouraged that the FDIC has begun the process of holding SVB executives accountable. That's good news. But no Fed employee has been fired, put on probation, put on performance improvement plan, all of which would be expected in the private sector, as I just mentioned, for employee failure. Please explain to me why Fed employees are held to a different standard from my perspective than everyone
Fed
else.
Powell
And what are you
said we will
planning to
commit
do
to
take
work
accountability
to help end
for Fed
debanking.
failures in supervision?
So we've actually done quite a lot in response to the events associated with Silicon Valley Bank. So we've done many, many things. In terms of specific accountability, what we found was this was not a case of malfeasance or nonfeasance so much. It was a case of people were carrying out a specific playbook that failed to cause us to act in time for these things. So it wasn't actually particularly fair to the employees to say you violated our practices in some way. That wasn't really what happened. What happened was, I would say, a lot of focus on process and on governance and controls, and not enough focus on basic bread and butter banking, credit risk, liquidity risk, interest rate risk, things like that. So as we discussed yesterday, we took very substantial steps to avoid further spread of those issues, and that was successful. But I understand your point on accountability.
This is one of the areas where you see the approach to looking at safety and soundness, and with the number of MRAs and MRAs that went really documented but no action was taken, that leads me to the conclusion that individual employees, supervisors, should have been held accountable for that. I'll move on, though. In the past, you've supported tailoring regulations so that we ensure banks of different sizes thrive
It's way slower of a mover than I thought it would be.
banking system. Will you commit to working with me as chairman to make sure that financial regulations do not impose more burden than is necessary? I'll say that this comes after a number of conversations with community banks and regional banks that have continued to stress that the cost of the regulatory framework around them isn't just harsh, it's oppressive.
As I say that,
Larger banks
freaking
suggest that
juiced.
the cost per
to
employee for the
150.
regulatory framework is $10,000 per employee. I think we can do better, and would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Right, first of all, I will commit to working with you on that. We do try to avoid excessive burden. I think it's fair to take a fresh look on, frankly, on debanking. I think we all see
AIFF
both
halted
in your
down.
hearing and in the one on the House side, we hear
$4.77.
$4.77.
Powell, Fed Chair Powell now says
commit. We don't
committing to
intentionally
tailoring
do
bank
these
regulation,
things,
try
but
to avoid
sometimes
excessive
regulation leads things to
burden.
happen,
Time
and
to
we
take
need
Appreciate that. Now, turn over to the ranking member. I'll say this. After
What
having
even is a
number of
lottery?
conversations with CEOs
Like,
and
what is
banks
it's
around the country, one of
it's a
the things that
lottery
was
company.
made clear to me with specific
They're-
statement from
They have a big
these
catalyst
CEOs
next
that
month.
the
They're
regulatory
going to be
OCC and other
international
regulatory
lottery,
agencies
whatever that
said
means.
specifically to
Probably
debank
multi-country.
certain industries.
and they launch next month
That
in
is the
March.
point
So
that
that's
I'm
the big
making, and one
catalyst.
that I think we have to solve. If it's legal in
They
America
own
to do business,
sports.
we should do our
What
part
is it?
to make
Lottery.com and sports.com?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I can't remember.
So over the
other one.
weekend, Co-President Musk and Acting Director Vogt effectively shut down
I don't know.
CFPB.
I don't know.
No more
I
cop
haven't-
on the beat looking out for a
Lottery.com.
family
Let's
of four
look.
in South
I don't know.
Carolina facing an illegal foreclosure. No more cop on the beat looking out for your grandma whose bank account has
She's
just
all
been
about the
taken
beat.
over by a scammer. No more cop on the beat looking out for people getting ripped off by
This is the
giant credit
website.
card companies that
How
are
it
charging
works.
illegal junk fees. It also means that the CFPB is no
Well,
longer doing
this isn't
one
their
of its most
international
important
push,
jobs,
so
examining big
that's not
banks
live
to
yet.
root out illegal
don't know.
conduct before it happens, or at least stop it before more people get hurt. Chair Powell, if the CFPB isn't on the job right now, then who is administering JP Morgan or Wells Fargo's consumer compliance exams to ensure that they are following the law?
Senator, I believe that, and you would know, that Dodd-Frank moved all authority for examinations in the consumer space to the CFPB. We still have some jurisdiction.
We'll talk
Yeah.
about that in a sec, but the answer to my question, please. If the CFPB is not there examining these giant banks to make sure they are following the laws on not cheating consumers, who is doing that job?
I can say no other federal regulator.
No one, in other words. So thanks to co-president Musk and CFPB acting director Vogt, Wall Street banks no longer have to show the bank examiners that they're not illegally opening accounts people didn't ask for, like happened with Wells Fargo, or charging illegal junk fees like the Bank of America did. But CFPB has jurisdiction only on banks that have more than $10 billion in assets. So what's happening in thousands of community banks all around the country, those that have less than $10 billion in assets? So Chair Powell, as you know, the Fed oversees consumer compliance for state member banks that have less than $10 billion in
Thing's
assets.
dead to me.
Has the Fed
Decent look,
suspended
though.
consumer
what you're stepping in.
compliance exams for those smaller banks? Or is the Fed still on the job to make sure that those smaller banks are following consumer financial laws?
Still on the job, business as usual.
All right. By forcing the CFPB not to do its job, President Trump, Elon Musk, and the author of Project 2025, Russ Vogt, are giving Wall Street banks an unlimited get-out-of-jail-free card so they can cheat working families, even while community banks continue to play by the rules. You know, for any Americans who have money deposited at JP Morgan or Wells Fargo or any other of the giant banks, they should now know that there is no one on the job to make sure that those banks are not scamming you. Only the smaller banks now have a cop on the beat to make sure that they aren't cheating consumers. You know, if I have my money in one of those giant banks, I might think about going to a smaller bank where the protection, at least right now, is a whole lot better. Now, at the same time that the CFPB is under attack, the Fed is buckling to pressure from Wall Street to erase other safeguards for the too big to fail banks. During the first Trump administration, under your leadership, the Fed weakened the big bank stress tests, including by giving the big banks some of the answers to the test in advance. I called you out on it, but you promised right here in this committee that you would not give those banks the whole answer key. I'm going to quote you back. You said, complete knowledge of the models could lead to a model monoculture in which all firms have similar internal stress testing models, which could increase the correlation of risk in the system and miss key idiosyncratic risks faced by the firms. I agreed with you. But several weeks ago, the Fed announced that it has plans to do exactly that, hand all of the answers over to the giant banks. Chair Powell, why is the Fed about to propose a rule that directly contradicts your own testimony and, in your own words, would render the stress tests toothless?
Senator, in essence, because the ground has shifted very substantially in administrative law, and we actually want the stress test to remain resilient to that, and so we're making changes to accomplish that.
Well, the changes are changes you've identified earlier as making those tests toothless. Look, the big banks are going to juice shareholder payouts and leave this economy more vulnerable to a crash. The Fed is knuckling under to bank lobbyists. We know how this ends. People will suffer. Wall Street will get bailed out. I urge you, Chair Powell, to serve Main Street instead of Wall Street. Don't weaken these rules.
Thank you. Senator Rounds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for coming before the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. I've got a series of questions, but I would like to give you an opportunity, if you would like. The suggestion that the ranking member has made here is that the big banks can now scam individuals right now. Any change in the laws regarding how they're supposed to be treating the individual consumers out there or anything along that line?
Law changes? No, I'm not aware of any
Any
law
changes, any rules that they would have to follow?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are they still audited, and do they still have the regulators in watching all of their businesses just as they did before?
Well, they'd have all the regulators except for the CFPB.
Very
if
good.
If in fact, in the hypothetical, the CFPB weren't carrying that out.
Anything else you'd like to add before we move on?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we continue to prioritize the stability and the resilience of our financial system, the ongoing Basel III rulemaking process has remained front and center in shaping our regulatory framework. I guess I was rather outspoken with my opposition to the original proposal, and further work was stalled at the end of the last year. I guess my question for you today, sir, is could you provide an update on the Federal Reserve's progress in finalizing the Basel III Endgame rulemaking process?
I'd be glad to. So we remain committed to completing Basel III Endgame. We think it's good for U.S. banks, it's good for our economy that there be a global standard beneath which foreign banks can't fall. And that was one of the big ideas behind the whole Basel Committee approach. So where it sits now is we await leadership arriving at the OCC and the FDIC, and that seems to be happening. And when that happens, we're going to sit down with them and work our way through to a Basel III Endgame proposal. And I think we can do this reasonably quickly, one that is compliant, consistent with the Basel requirements, and also consistent with what other large jurisdictions are doing. I'm optimistic that we can do that fairly quickly, and we're committed to doing that.
We always wanted our banks to be competitive with European banks, and I'm just curious, the original proposal that was in front of you, and I'd like your thoughts on this, it was estimated to increase our bank's capital by 19%, which I think may very well have created a potential disadvantage within the U.S. institutions versus our European counterparts. With any new proposal, what's your thoughts? Would you make a commitment that this would be a neutral approach with regard to capital?
The main commitment I'll make is we'll work together with new leadership at the other banking agencies to do something. But that's certainly, you know, I've said many times in this committee that I think that the level of capital in the largest banks is about right, and so it'll shake out somewhere in that area, I would guess.
Our expectation would be, and the markets would expect, that it would be neutral with regard to capital.
In that range, but I want to defer to our new colleagues and get their views as well. But that's a good starting place.
Okay, thank you. The Federal Reserve's partnership with the U.S. Treasury plays a central role in supporting our nation's payment infrastructure, which processes a vast range of daily transactions, from federal benefit disbursements to debt obligations. Could you outline the Federal Reserve's role in supporting and managing the Treasury's payment systems, including how the Fed works to keep these systems secure, efficient, and capable of handling the government's high volume of daily transactions?
So it's a complicated set of arrangements, and I'll try to summarize quickly. Effectively, Congress authorized spending, and then the agencies carry out those spending orders. And when the way they do that is they send an order to pay a payee, a recipient, to the Treasury Department. Upstream, before it gets to the Fed, all of these decisions are made about, is this an appropriate order? Is this payee on the don't pay list, and all those things. Once all of that is set, it comes to the Fed, and by that I mean 4 or so of the reserve banks, and we actually make the payment. We take the money out of the Treasury General account and we make the payment. We make no judgments whatsoever. Those are all made upstream from us, and we are, in fact, the fiscal agent of the Treasury.
Confirm for me today, is the system safe today?
I believe it is, and I will tell you, we are very strongly committed to the integrity, efficacy, resilience, and all those things of this system. And people do depend on this in a big way, and we're committed to that.
One last question for you, sir. The failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and the chairman brought this up. I'm just curious, recognizing a lot of banks out there looked at this, it cost the other banks in the system a lot of money to pick up.
I took a
costs
Spotify
involved in the
SPOT, notes
losses.
that shares are seeing continued activity, new
Nobody's been
lows, no
fired,
pre-market,
but
no
you
Netflix
did
design
indicate
video
that it was a
podcasts.
failure in the playbook. Has the playbook been revised, or can we expect that it will be revised?
In a lot of ways, it's been revised, yes. I can go into some details. I mean, one thing that didn't happen was, for example, the supervisors didn't follow through aggressively enough on things that they'd said. If they'd done that could well have been enough to stop it. But a lot of it was just not focusing enough directly on what was a very large amount of interest rate risk, a large portfolio of long-term securities matched up with an unstable funding base. And somehow people wrote about that, not the Fed, but others wrote publicly about this, but somehow we don't expect bank runs outside of a crisis in this country, and that's what that was. It was a bank run, and bank runs are incredibly damaging. I think everyone learned a lot from that and is determined to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is one that I think, as you appropriately pointed out, I think this is an area where a lot more questions are out there yet. And I think if it's the playbook that was the problem, I think perhaps a discussion about how that playbook has been revised would be appropriate in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto.
Chairman Powell, thank you, and thank you always for the conversations in between these hearings as well. Let me focus on a couple of things of concern, and you touched on a little bit of this, and I think this is important to clarify. There was a change in the law when the CFPB was created. The CFPB examines the banks and enforces the law, whereas the Fed only supervises those banks. Is that correct? Or how would you determine that relationship?
With the CFPB? So Dodd-Frank took a lot of the consumer compliance jurisdiction away from the other banking agencies and gave it to a newly created agency, the CFPB. We retained a residual amount of that, as we just discussed, which was banks under $10 billion in assets. But the CFPB essentially took all of that when Dodd-Frank came into being.
So as it was created, when you two were working together, the Federal Reserve collaborated with the Consumer Bureau when supervising those large banks, correct?
Yes, we still retain supervision over all the holding companies and also of Fed member banks.
And let me ask you this then, does the Federal Reserve enforce consumer protection laws now for things like money transmitters?
Not for money.
That would be the consumer protection, that would be CFPB?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
And
right.
so when we're talking about collaborating with the CFPB for financial technology firms, what would the Fed Reserve now do that if the CFPB, if the hypothetical is the CFPB no longer exists, what would be the Fed's role right now with respect to technology firms?
We don't have jurisdiction over, we have jurisdiction over banks and some
And
financial
that's it.
market utilities.
So let me ask you this, because I know there's a number of Nevadans who file consumer reports of concerns about fraud and predators with the CFPB. The Fed Reserve doesn't receive those reports, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And you have no role when it comes to consumer protection like the CFPB does, correct?
Unless you're a Fed member bank that has 10 billion or less in assets, then we have jurisdiction.
Right.
On a
So there
consumer.
is a gap. If the hypothetical is true, and what we're hearing that the CFPB is being shut down, there is a gap, what we're hearing in enforcement out there, and particularly when it comes to consumer protection. Is that, would you say that's true?
Yes, for all banks that we don't
Yeah.
supervise.
And I think that's the concern we're all having right now, is this concern of when we're looking to streamline government. And listen, I'll be the first to tell you, there's a lot of bloat. We need to streamline it. We need to address regulations and overreach. But there's a strategic way to do it, and not this burn down the house that is going to harm people across the country, including in my state, those Nevadans that are looking for some sort of enforcement around consumer protection law. So that's what you're hearing from many of us on our side of the aisle here.
Can I just very briefly add that we do have some residual enforcement authorities, but what we don't have is examination authority, and for the banks that the CFPB supervises.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, and you know, we talked about this over the phone, and I understand it may be difficult to answer this, but the Federal Reserve Board members have been clear that future interest rate cuts are unlikely to happen despite the strong economy. But there are folks in my home that are in my state that are waiting to buy a home. And we know that's still an issue, the high prices right now for home affordability. You add the interest rates to it, it is a problem. So do you think it's most likely that interest rates will remain above 6% for this year, or can you even address that?
You know, so overall, the economy is strong, growing 2.5% last year. The labor market is also very solid. Unemployment at 4%, of quite a low level. Inflation last year was 2.6% for the year. So we're in a pretty good place with this economy. We want to make more progress on inflation, and we think our policy rate is in a good place, and we don't see any reason to be in a hurry to reduce it further. As it relates to housing, so it's true that mortgage rates have remained high, but that's not so directly related to the Fed's rate. It's really related more to long-term bond rates, particularly the Treasury, the 10-year Treasury, 30-year Treasury, for example. And those are high for reasons not particularly closely related to Fed policy. They may remain high. I think, you know, once we lower rates and kind of rates return to a lower level, mortgage rates will come down. I don't know when that'll happen. And even when it does happen, we're still going to have a housing shortage in many places.
Thank you. Chairman Powell, thank you again for being here.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here. My friend, our ranking member, said that you are knuckling under to the big bank lobbyists. Is that true?
No.
Okay. It seems to me that the big picture should not go unnoticed. Do you recall a year or two ago when inflation was raging? I think its peak was about 9%. Many economists and other experts, based in part on history,
I took Alibaba BABA
said
note
that
the
you were
February
going to have
28,
to
118 calls are coming in
provoke
active for
high
Alibaba. Shares see
unemployment
new highs.
and
It's a pre-market note.
put our
Alibaba is
country
partnering
into
with Apple on AI.
recession in order to get inflation down. Do you recall that?
Very, very well.
Are we in a recession?
We are not.
Would you, as an American, trade places right now with Germany in terms of the economy?
No, I sure wouldn't.
How about China?
No, wouldn't trade places.
How about France?
No, thanks.
Things aren't perfect. Inflation's obviously still sticky, and long rates are too high, which I want to talk about in a second. But the fact is, knock on wood, we have experienced a soft landing, haven't we?
Not for me to say, really. I'll let others
Well,
make
have we
that.
experienced a hard landing?
No, we sure
Are
haven't.
we in a recession?
No, we're not.
I call that a soft landing. And it seems to me that you and some of the ladies and gentlemen who are your colleagues at the Federal Reserve behind you deserve some credit for that.
Thank you.
I don't know why you don't take the credit. everybody else in Washington DC does. Again, I'm not saying things are perfect, but I never imagined that our landing could be this soft, albeit not perfect. And I wanted to thank you and your colleagues for that effort. You sure didn't get any help from Congress and on the our president on the fiscal side. I don't expect you to comment on that. You and the Federal Reserve can to a large extent control short rates, can't you?
Yes.
Through the Open Market Committee. You can't control long rates, though, can you?
No, we can't.
Why is that?
So a lot of things go into long rates, and one of them is the expected future short rate of Fed policy, but many, many other things go in. Expectations of inflation in the longer run, the sort of risks around the economy and around the budget deficit go into something called the term premium, which is the part we can't explain when we do these decompositions. And so, you know, it's set by supply and demand in the bond market at the long end, and we're not particularly. We have some influence, but mostly not.
Many Americans are looking at short rates and looking at the Fed's behavior and how you reduce inflation, but they don't see the long rates going down, and obviously that affects mortgage rates. And I would encourage you and your colleagues to spend some time explaining to the American people why that is. Final question. If you went home tonight and Mayor Powell, your spouse, said, you know, I got a call today from our bank, and they're debanking us. They're worried about their reputational risk because they don't like our politics. Would you think that fair?
No, I sure wouldn't. And as I mentioned earlier, I too am troubled by the quantity of these reports, and you know, really want to understand better why this is happening. You know, one theory is that banks are just very risk averse around BSA and money laundering, and that's because we're so tough on them, and that they just don't. Any red flag is enough. But you know, it may be that this whole thing with reputation risk needs to be thought about. It's actually coming out of our one manual that we use. We're taking that concept out, the manual that we've been using for account access for master accounts. We're just going to take that out. But I think this needs a fresh look, and I think it's time for that, and we're going to do that.
Well, I've asked our chairman, and he has agreed to invite some of the CEOs of some of the banks that have been debanking people. The CEOs,
Yes.
not their lawyers, not their PR consultants,
Not the lobbyists.
not their priests, them, the CEOs, to come in and let's talk about this and find out what the hell's been going on.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Chairman Powell, welcome. Thank you very much. I think your monetary policy combined with the Biden fiscal policy over the last 4 years has made a tremendous difference. We've avoided a recession. And I'd like to remind people how far we've come. In 2020, the gross domestic product decreased 2.2%. The unemployment rate finished the year at 6.7%. By 2024, gross domestic product grew 2.5%. The unemployment rate was 4.1%. Labor force participation rate went up from 61% to 62.5%. And that's a combination of your work together with the fiscal policy of the Biden administration. So I thank you for that.
I'm going to take your INAB, Indian November Alpha
One of the
Bravo,
issues,
and
of course,
chat room
is
circulation
the
attempts on that name,
tariffs.
INAB.
In July
An
2018
INAB talk
testimony, you
upgraded to
stated,
buy
Mr.
at
Chairman,
Jones Research.
countries that have remained open to trade, that have not erected barriers, including tariffs, have grown faster and had higher incomes. Do you still believe that?
Yes, I do. I would stand by that.
So President Trump's tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico will obviously raise costs on families. In fact, some economists, many economists, project about $1,200 per year households will be paying extra, an increase of inflation by nearly 1%, economic growth depression, and, for example, the increase of the average car price by $2,700. Is that a wise policy?
So I guess I ought to say this. You know, I think the standard case for free trade and all that logically still makes sense. It didn't work that well when we have one very large country that doesn't really play by the rules. And in any case, it's not the Fed's job to make or comment on tariff policy. We, you know, really, that's for elected people, and it's not for us to comment. Ours is to try to react to it in a thoughtful, sensible way and make monetary policy so that we can achieve our mandate.
Just this weekend, the president removed the board of the Kennedy Center and made himself chairman. What would you do if the president tried to remove a member of the Federal Reserve Board?
Well, it's pretty clearly not allowed under the law.
Thank you. We've communicated back and forth about synthetic risk transfer as a potential danger to the banking system. And could you give us some insights on how we can improve financial stability by regulating these transactions more appropriately?
So what we've been doing for some time now is looking at them on a case-by-case basis. And if they really do transfer risk successfully, then that's okay. I mean, you know, it's a good thing if a bank wants to transfer risk off its balance sheet in a way that it gets compensated for and all that. But what you want to make sure is that the risk is really transferred, and that was the problem during the global financial crisis. Was sort of things that appeared to but did not accomplish a transfer of risk. So we see this coming, and we've been looking at these transactions on an ongoing basis.
Well, I commend you for that. In fact, what happens typically is the transaction becomes complicated by synthetic risk transfers, as it was the case with synthetic derivatives. So thank you for your attention to that. We've talked about housing. It's absolutely critical everywhere across the country. We're in a housing shortage. Of course, while housing is difficult, two of the mainstays of our housing market are Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, helping to support home ownership. Does the federal guarantee backing Fannie and Freddie help make mortgage rates more affordable and home ownership more accessible, Mr. Chairman?
I imagine it does hold down mortgage rates, the fact that they're a sovereign risk.
And how important is the 30-year mortgage to ensure that families can afford a home?
In our housing market, the 30-year mortgage is very important.
Yeah. And I have heard some discussions about...
Ticker VST, Victor Sandy Tango, shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs for VST.
I presume, to the housing market.
That's really a question for you. You know, I mean, putting them back in the private, putting housing finance back in the private sector has some appeal over the longer run, but I leave that with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Senator Ricketts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this important hearing, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today to talk about our economy and all the things that are going on. I want to address, again, something that the Ranking Member started talking off about, which was characterizing the CFPB as being the cop on the beat here. But I can tell you, as having been a governor and having a Department of Banking that reported to me, that if any consumer would contact us and make a complaint about a bank, even a big bank like JP Morgan, we would investigate, as could the OCC, the FDIC, the FTC. So to characterize that nobody's out there looking for consumers, I think is inaccurate.
Ticker Tesla, shares seeing heavy activity, new lows on Tesla.
Right now that somehow this is the case, because if you do have an issue, if you're a consumer, please reach out to your State Department of Banking, because those folks are going to look out for you. I can tell you that because I used to have one of those Department of Bankings. They did a fantastic job of looking out for the consumers. One of the things that has also impacted consumers is inflation. Prices under the Biden administration were up 20%. An average household is paying $13,000 more today than they were for the same standard of living they had before Joe Biden got elected. We see that grocery prices, for example, are up 22%, rents up 23%. Simply put, Nebraskans are economically worse off today than they were 4 years ago, and I expect that that's part of the reason why we saw this change in the administration. They thought that that was not something that they wanted to continue to pursue. They didn't want the same policies being followed. We have to end the reckless federal spending, rein in inflation, and be responsible about how we make decisions to be able to grow the economy. One of those areas that I'm concerned about is the expansion of the Fed balance sheet. The Fed's balance sheet before, at the end of 2019, so before the pandemic, was about $4.1 trillion. By May of 2020, the Fed expanded that to $7 trillion, and by 2022, the Fed's balance sheet hit an all-time record of $8.9 trillion. Inflation peaked at 9.1% that year, a high we had not seen since 1981. Now, I'm encouraged by the actions the Fed has taken with quantitative tightening to shrink the balance sheet down to $6.85 trillion, but $6.85 trillion is still too high. And one of my concerns with this, Chairman, is that that's kind of one of your tools to be able to guard against a downturn in the economy or some sort of shock. You obviously used it during the pandemic. Looking ahead long term, will the Fed Reserve continue to this course of unwinding the balance sheet?
Yes, so what we said is
On
that we tend to slow
META,
and stop the
Meta lays
decline
off
when
4,000
reserve balances are
workers in
somewhere above the level that we
performance-based
judge consistent with so-called ample reserves. The most recent data and the feel of the markets is definitely that reserves are still abundant. They're about the level they were at when runoff started, because the runoff has really happened out of the overnight repo facility, reverse repo. So yes, it's an ongoing thing, and we're not yet where we're headed.
So what kind of pace can we expect? And I know that obviously there's going to be a lot of factors like what happens to the economy over the course of next year. But if things were going to go along the way they are today, you've already said the economy's doing well. Inflation's a little higher than we want it to be at 2.6%, but unemployment's at 4%. If these commissions, and I think you used the word stable quite a bit, if these conditions were to remain stable throughout the course of the year, would you have a range that you could give us of where the balance sheet might be if we were talking again here in January 2026?
We basically we're going to be looking at reserve conditions in reserve markets, and trying to stop a little bit above what we consider ample. And we think we're meaningfully above that now. We can't put a number on it because you can't directly know the demand for reserves other than by observing behavior in the market and then putting a little bit of a buffer on it. So I can't give you an exact number, but for now it's ongoing, and we have a ways to go.
What kind of conditions would have to happen for you to start going back to quantitative easing?
So go to quantitative easing. That's a tool we tend to use when we're at the effective lower bound and we can't cut interest rates anymore. So nothing like what you're seeing in the current day. It's a different test for stopping quantitative tightening, but we would use QE going forward only in a situation where rates are at zero, and we're a long way from zero now.
So that you think that, again, just generally speaking then, if things were to remain stable, you'll continue to unwind the balance sheet, you'll continue the quantitative tightening. Can't give me a range on this? Is that what I hear you saying?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, great. Well, I encourage you to keep doing that because, again, I think that's important to be able to make sure that you've got powder for the next issue that we may face. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here.
Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, good to see you. One of the things we've talked about in the past, and I've got 2 or 3 issues I want to get
I'll take our Boeing delivery numbers out for Boeing. 4737 MAX, that's 4787s and 1777.
Financial innovation. That innovation can't come at the expense of things like anti-money
On BA
laundering,
Boeing on its volume
consumer
pop,
protection,
reporting
financial
January
stability.
orders of a total 36 jetliners. That's on BA Boeing.
Keep seeing this regulatory creep outside the boundaries of traditional financial regulation. I think if we were starting a system from scratch, few of us would design it this way. But it is one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to working with Chair Scott and my colleague, Senator Lummis, on a framework at looking at
stable coins in particular within the regulatory perimeter. I know my friend Bill Haggerty just introduced a bill in this area. I'm looking at trying to make sure we get those guardrails put in place, and how it touches the Fed is something that's terribly important to me. I know you and I have talked in the past about the notional idea of same activity, same regulation in the non-bank sector. If you'd like to wax briefly on this question around stable coins and how we think about them in the same point of, if they are similar to other activities, should they not have the same regulatory structure?
So we definitely support these efforts to create a regulatory framework around stablecoins. Stablecoins may have a big future with consumers and businesses.
On that
know
Boeing,
now
more color,
that,
Boeing delivered
it is
4737
important for the
Maxes,
development of
4
stablecoins
787s,
in
and
a
one
safe and sound manner, and a manner that
777
protects
freighter.
consumers and savers and all, that there be a regulatory framework. So we see these bills, and we're in contact as we were in the last Congress, and trying to add our technical thoughts and how to do this. And
That's
I think it's a
also
very
the
constructive
36
process.
gross
We do think,
orders in January.
You have a lot of expertise in this session, and there are people that are, people come with lots of opinions on everything in crypto, from over the top to the other end of the spectrum, and I'm gonna need to rely on your expertise as well as we try to work through some framework for stable coins. I know there are a lot of earlier questions on CFPB. I think the record is pretty darn good. It's returned $20 billion to consumers. Matter of fact, the last time we had the previous chair here, Chair Rohit, Mr. Chopra, we were talking about $55 million to Virginians. I do have to mention this more for my colleagues. Tim Kaine and I did a teletown hall last night. Lots of things happening in Virginia. Normally, we would get maybe 3,000, 5,000, 6,000 folks on a teletown hall. We had 60,000 last night. I have not seen anything like that in my time up on here on the Hill, and a huge amount of concern about what the Doge boys are doing, whether our information is safe, whether privacy is protected. I had one lady say, in light of what was happening at CFPB, and while there's not a direct connection, she's saying, is her deposits at her bank safe? We tried to give her a assurance, but I said, you know what, ma'am, I'm going to be talking to the chairman of the Federal Reserve tomorrow. And with this diminution or shuttering, at least at the time being, of the CFPB, can I tell, I believe her name was Mary, can I tell Mary from Virginia that her bank account is safe?
I think bank accounts overall across the economy are safe. Yes, we've still got deposit insurance at the FDIC, and the banking system is well capitalized and safe.
Well, again, I think the concern was being raised was that the diminution of consumer protections lent her concerns about whether that dollar being safe. Last thing I want to recognize is that there's been reports in the media about the thinness in the Treasury markets, the number of additional bonding that we're going to have to do, particularly with so many of these unpaid tax cuts. Matter of fact, one of the things that was really striking to me was that yesterday the president mentioned how he was, quote, examining Treasury debt payments for possible fraud, and suggested that our debt might not be as high as possible. We all understand the full faith and credit of the United States is based upon a reputation. If this president were to suddenly say, I'm wiping off X amount of debt because I don't believe we owe it, what kind of effect would that have on both stability of the dollar and the overstability of our economy?
It will probably not surprise you that I will defer to you on that question.
So you think it would be, from a Fed standpoint, the President of the United States starts to saying we're not going to pay our Treasury debt, you're going to have no view at all?
I'm not going to comment on things that the president says.
I would like to see us
On AUR, seeing some activity
I think that
in
light
the
of the president's
February
willingness to shut
9
down
calls,
agencies
over
willy-nilly,
9,000
his
total
ability to potentially
contracts
curtail payment of
That's
debt,
on
I think would have devastating
AUR.
consequences on our economy.
Also
Thank
activity
you,
in the
Mr. Chairman.
February
Senator Britt.
8th, expire
Thank
February
you, Mr.
21.
Chairman. Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation both in and out of this hearing room today. Conversations about a co-president referencing Elon Musk, referencing the work that Doge is doing. I think it's important to remember that President Trump ran on this. I mean, he said, we're going to look for wasteful spending across our government. We're $36 trillion in debt, y'all. That's not only fiscally irresponsible, it is actually morally irresponsible. And the difference in this administration and the last administration is that President Trump is actually the final arbiter. And it's interesting that none of you had anything to say over the last 4 years when it is clear that our commander-in-chief was not in command. And if we're going to use the term co-president, then let's go back and say co-president Jake Sullivan, co-president Ron Klain, co-president Jill Biden. I mean, it seems that some of the biggest decisions were made during the president's afternoon nap time. And so I just think we need to be a little bit more honest about what's been laid out and what's actually occurring. Chair Powell, I want to discuss.
I took a BuzzFeed shares are seeing an increase of activity. Notes reported last week from 7-4 BuzzFeed is planning a new platform.
2023 with several bank
BuzzFeed now
failures
with a
in which
press
the
release
Fed
on that.
itself admits its supervisors were, quote, too slow to ask.
On BuzzFeed,
The question has been asked
BZFD,
earlier about who was fired,
seeing the
who
volume
was not.
pop.
I think that
Shares are
there's some
recirculating. We've been
real
seeing a lot of this
merit,
lately.
to
Shares
having
recirculating older
accountability
headlines
that we have not seen there.
in regards
the
to
aftermath
these
of
volume
those
moves.
failures, the Fed was certainly
BuzzFeed,
not slow
same
to
thing.
act when it
BZFD,
came to new
circulations
like
of a
the
new
capital
AI-driven social
requirements
platform.
that would have had
Semaphore
that
had
would
these
have put the
headlines last
US
week
banks, at a global disadvantage and actually hurt consumers in
on
that state.
BZFD.
The way I look at this is the world came up with a goal.
I ticker GEO shares are seeing a bump in activity, new highs for Geo Group.
And unfortunately, that hurts Alabamians. In addition to that, we had community
No
reinvestment
comparison
Act,
stock on
stress testing
CXW shares
frameworks
are
that were
seeing
basically
increased activity as
adopted
well.
in
Note
secret.
conference call for
Or,
that
as we
stock at
discussed last
CXW.
week, the
Possible
reputational
correlation.
risk and just the arbitrary nature of that and those standards that were used to push political agendas. None of this is acceptable, and we've got to take a look at how to promote greater accountability and transparency into the Fed's supervisory function. Shifting gears, as of January 30th, the Federal Reserve had a mark-to-market loss on its balance sheet of roughly $221 billion. In fact, I looked back and the Fed has posted losses since September of 2022. Meanwhile, we've seen transfers to the CFPB totaling $2 billion since September of 2022. So just to clarify, Chair Powell, these money transfers are requested by the CFPB director each quarter and then directly deposited by the Fed. Is that how that works?
Watching the U.S. dollar hitting new
The
lows of
director
the day.
CFPB requests money, and we, under the law, we send that money. Yes.
So, in fact, but Dodd-Frank actually prohibits the Fed from actually reviewing or amending those requests.
Ticker AFF shares are seeing continued heavy activity, new highs. Alpha India, Foxtrot.
I think 12% of our, there's a ceiling on that, but that's correct.
So just to level set, how many times, has the CFPB funding request been denied by the Fed?
We don't have the authority
Zero.
to deny it under the law.
Zero, right?
Zero, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And by the way, I'd like to applaud the current administration and acting director Vogt for inserting some accountability back into the agency by pausing these quarterly just blank checks. On that, I know there's been a lot of conversation around the Bureau over the last few days, but I do want to focus on those last couple of years, particularly the $2 billion the CFPB received from September 2022 up to the last receipt on January 2nd, 2025. Congress specified in statute that the Fed shall fund the CFPB through the combined earnings of the Federal Reserve System. However, as I mentioned, the Fed has no current earnings. It has a balance sheet of negative $200 billion. So instead of the recent audit statement saying the Fed is funding the CFPB through assessments on its reserve banks, Mr. Chair, there are only two statutes that authorize the Fed to make reserve bank assessments, and neither permit the CFPB to fund transfers. So what authority exactly did the Federal Reserve have to assess the reserve banks in this manner over the last 2 years? I just wanted kind of a fact finding.
We, we looked at that question very carefully, and it's very clear on the law and the legislative history that we're still required to make those payments to do so.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that candidate Trump did not run on implementing Project 2025. In fact, when he was asked on the campaign trail about Project 2025, he said, I don't know anything about that. Who are those people? And yet he early on and quickly installed a key architect of Project 2025, Russ Vought, as the head of the Office of Management and Budget, which we know is the command and control center for the budget overseeing all federal agencies.
Freaking E-Trade.
And that's what Elon Musk is doing now. He's implementing Project 2025, the same Project 2025 that candidate Trump said he knew nothing about. And he said that because he knew it was unpopular. He knew it would be unpopular to take the financial cop off the beat. And I want to start by talking about what's happening over in
It shows Nikola and KLA. It shows RC and heavy activity, new highs on
because
Nikola.
that is the cop on the beat to go after fraudsters and scammers who cheat Americans out of their hard-earned money. And they have returned billions of dollars to our constituents, to the consumers who have been victims of these scams. And in doing so, they've earned some powerful enemies who want to shut them down. And Elon Musk is doing that dirty work on behalf of those fraudsters. And there's something especially twisted about the richest man in the world shutting down an agency that helps victims of scammers and fraudsters recover just a little bit of their hard-earned money. And I find it especially interesting that the new self-declared head of the CFPB, Russell Vought, told employees not to come into the office and essentially to stop work. Here's what he wrote, and I'm quoting, "Employees should not come into the office," unquote, and stand down from performing any work task, unquote. So this is an interesting situation. Federal employees continue to get paid, but the Trump administration tells them to stop doing their work. That apparently is what the Trump administration thinks is a good deal for the American taxpayer, to pay employees to do their job. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a simple question for you. Is that a practice that you pursue at the Fed, to pay your employees but tell them not to come to work? Have you done that?
No.
That wouldn't be very efficient, would it?
No.
No, it wouldn't. And yet, that's what the so-called Doge boys, efficiency boys, are doing.
Doge boys, quote coin. That's got a ring to it.
Private, very personal, sensitive information of Americans at the Department of Treasury. So it seems to me that the Trump administration and Elon Musk are focused on everything except what Donald Trump said he was going to focus on during the campaign, which was to bring prices down. And when you look at the price of eggs these days, I noticed that Waffle House
65
just instituted a new 50-cent per egg surcharge due to the nationwide rise in the cost of eggs. They said that's going to be a new surcharge, and other restaurants are following suit. You've seen that, right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah. And at the same time,
jumped right over
the
that
Trump
level,
administration has restricted federal agencies from providing the public with information about the bird flu, avian flu, which is part.
Well, I'm not too thrilled about being at a halt. This thing doesn't do very well, it looks like.
What we're really facing here is an administration that campaigned on bringing down prices and is not doing that, did not campaign on Project 2025, and that's what they're doing. But when it comes to prices, Mr. Chairman, the president's also talking about significant increases in tariffs. Our Republican colleagues are also talking about passing a tax bill that gives way disproportionately to the super wealthy, and which will add trillions to the deficit by their own account. They're talking about playing around with the baseline. So my question to you is simple. All things being equal, do big increases in tariffs and
SOPA,
increasing the
absolute
deficit
juicer.
and debt put upward pressure on inflation. Isn't that simple math?
You know, it really does remain to be seen what tariff policies will be implemented, and I just think it would be unwise to speculate when we really don't know. I mean, we see proposals, but it's so hard to say what's going to happen. And
Well, last time the Trump administration was in office, the Fed took actions because they were concerned about the impact of increasing tariffs. Isn't that the case?
we wound up cutting rates in
What's that,
2000.
Annie? You in that SOPA?
But it really
What a
was because
juicer.
growth slowed and confidence was weak and the global economy was weakening. So the net effect of all that's what we look at. And it's really not just tariffs. It's tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. And those will all go into
What's
a
up,
mix, and
Demjin?
we'll try to make sense of it and do what's right for monetary
Well,
policy.
if you could just get back to me, I'm not on the question of increasing the deficit by trillions of dollars and what impact you believe that has on inflation and prices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Lummis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. I think you're aware of what direction my questions will take. They will be focused on the bank supervision function of the Fed. And I'd point out that when you and I were toddlers, 1956, the chairman of the Fed at the time, William McChesney Martin, said that the Federal Reserve Board is an agency of the Congress. Ben Bernanke said something similar in 2013 when he told Janet Yellen that, quote, Congress is our boss. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, the way I always say it is that our supervision, our accountability runs through the legislative branch, not through the executive branch, as it does in many other forms of government.
Thank you for that.
Stockholm
because
here.
I wouldn't.
Well, we're
have
listening to
guessed
this.
that
And I've only got
that was
250
going to be
shares, so
your
I'm not going to get all
response.
freaking excited about
The way that the
the
Fed
stock that has
behaved
proven that it
for the last
doesn't
4
do
years
well
in
out of
its
halts.
relationship with the
This one
US
gapped up,
Congress,
gave it all back immediately.
Is to
This one
thumb
halted
its
up.
nose at Congress.
Small
your
gap
staff
up.
has repeatedly
This one
stymied
gap
information
down,
requests
or no,
from this
flat
committee,
open, dip and rip.
notably made
This
by
one
myself, the
flat
chairman,
open,
the
sideways,
ranking
and
member,
second. So
Senator
I'm not expecting
Tillis,
anything out of this.
former Senator Pat Toomey, and others.
8:14 resumption right
In
now.
my
So
experience,
flat.
the Fed is a black hole. It consumes information, but it never releases it.
Nice work, time taker.
Your fellow governors have personally misled me on at least 2 occasions with respect
And
to
can't really find
Wyoming
a
and
coffee
digital
can.
assets.
That seems like a dead cat bounce, my guess.
And in recent federal court filings, former Senator Pat Toomey has accused your staff of lying to him while providing technical assistance on legislation that passed in the National Defense
Nice work,
Authorization
Annie.
Act in
You got a good
2022.
cost basis on that? What
Now,
a
I have
juicer.
behind me a statement by the Fed's general counsel, one of the staff that's sitting behind you today.
Yeah, Tesla's dropping.
Who
the
said,
frickin'
quote,
rock.
the Fed generally resists legislative prescription. Now, to me, that's thumbing his nose at Congress, the very people that you
20,
and I
34,
just
30 seconds on
agreed
this
you are
AIFF hole.
responsible to, and the people depend on. So this is why the American people think
Yeah,
there's a
joystick
deep state. This is
cheese
why
mentioned
they
that
think there
yesterday.
are
And I think there was
faceless
another state that did it too,
bureaucrats
right?
making policy
It's 2 states yesterday.
to hurt the very people of this country.
There we go.
Just look at the mess the Fed made of Silicon Valley Bank. And
Sure.
I
Market orders each herd.
contend
There we go.
that there is a lack of understanding that is deliberate on the part of the Fed with respect to digital
8:15.
asset policy. So the Constitution says Congress is your boss, but somehow your staff have not gotten that message. So, Chairman Powell, Do you commit on behalf of yourself and the Federal Reserve staff to comply fully with all document demands issued by this committee in a timely manner?
Sure.
Will you instruct your staff to
On ticker
be
PGY,
complete
Papa
in their
Golf Yankee Note
responses
Iceberg
and
Research
not
is out
to
with a short report for
obstruct the
PGY.
oversight functions of this committee?
You know, we always work with the committee to be responsive
What an
to
answer.
your
That's
requests.
awesome. Sure.
Sometimes they're
Just get me out of here.
beyond our capacity to respond to, and we work with committee and with committee staff to do that, but we're always responsive to committee requests.
And I'll look forward to engaging with you when you
On this
feel that
volume
requests,
downtick in PGY, talk of
outside
a
the
short
scope
report
of,
circulating on the name
the
PGY.
oversight that we have over the Fed. Do you commit to disciplining or removing any
1 minute
staff
cock
that are
here.
found to have engaged in debanking
Caught
activity,
us and
furthering Operation
nothing with it.
Choke
I'm out.
2.0, or other misconduct?
all the way to 8:30.
I can't make an open-ended committed to remove anybody, but I will tell you that I am struck, and my colleagues and I are struck by the growing number of cases of what appears to be debanking, and we're determined to take a fresh look at that. In fact, I took the thing that you showed during the debanking hearing. When I saw that, we're now taking that out of the manual. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's up.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us today. I appreciate your presence here. I'd like to start
on that
with the issue
AIFF
of the rising
hitting new
cost of
day
home
highs
ownership, something that I
again.
know is
AIFF.
of great interest to many of my colleagues on this committee. I know,
3 years of
Mr.
chair
Chair, that
kicking,
you care a
stock
lot about
picking,
home
toe
ownership and making
licking,
home
good
ownership
times.
accessible and available to folks. My
It's
colleagues,
been an
Senator
amazing
Lummis
3
as
years.
well, many
Look
of
for the
folks
next 3.
on my side of the aisle as well. And so I think this is something that we can agree on, that the rising cost of home ownership is a big challenge for our constituents, for Americans. And one of the big
SOPA,
pressures,
1 minute.
there are many, but one of the big pressures is the rising cost of home insurance. In Minnesota, families, seniors are struggling to manage a nearly 40% increase in home insurance rates.
I don't like how it pulled
We've
back
seen
so
this over
much,
the last
so
7 years or so. And I know, Chair Powell, that you've told this committee in the past that rising cost of,
See if it gets some sort of pop.
buying insurance for your home has been a source
16.
of inflation as we've been trying to manage inflation. Now, I don't know anyone who doesn't see this crisis of rising insurance rates as being caused by extreme weather events, where we've seen massive flooding.
Few pennies.
In,
The volume was there.
Southeastern America, United States. We've seen flooding in Minnesota. We've seen fires in the Mountain West in California. I mean, these are climate-related events. Then that's not a political position. That is just a fact. So, we've got banks that of course, require, understandably, that a homeowner provide insurance as
WKUI,
a
let me look
predicate
at it
for
again.
getting a mortgage. So there's a big question about what's going to happen when insurance becomes unaffordable, or in some parts of the country, just literally not available, and what impact that would have on the mortgage markets, on the
Certainly
value
price
of
compression in a
American
range,
homes.
right?
Just last week, a new analysis from First Street showed that overall, the value of U.S.
This is how
real
I
estate
look at it
could
right
be
now.
reduced by $1.4 trillion, colleagues, over the next 30 years due to unaccounted for climate risk. That's the
1,
cost,
2,
the
3
risk
points
of
of
not being able to
contact
afford
there.
home
1, 2, 3
insurance
points of
because
contact
of,
there. The
these
problem
extreme weather
is
events.
you're getting a little
And
close
the
to
prospect of
the
trillions
pinnacle.
of dollars
It
of
needs to
property
move
become
now.
uninsurable is clearly a recipe.
The closer you
it
get to
seems
this
me, for
pinnacle,
market instability, both
the
in the
least-
rental as well as the mortgage
the lesser
market. So
reliable
my
you
question,
this pattern
Chair Powell,
is. It means
given
less and
these
less.
trends, how do you think the Fed and how do you think we should be thinking about the challenges that
So,
these
we'll see.
events are going to pose to insurance markets and to the overall financial stability
I mean, it could
of
go either
the
way,
economy?
right?
I'm asking you to comment specifically on climate change, because
SOPA
I
right
understand my
back up.
colleagues on the other side of the aisle see that as a political question.
Literally just type SOPA.
It's
Okay.
more like what you see as the risk to financial stability here.
5 minute
Let me
cock,
quickly note that we
444.
don't regulate or supervise insurance companies for the most part, but we're seeing the same thing, which is both banks and insurance companies are pulling out of areas, coastal areas and things like that, or areas where there are a lot of fires. So what that is going to mean is that, you know, if you fast forward 10 or
Okay.
15 years, there are going to be regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage, there won't be ATMs, there won't, you know, the banks won't have branches
450.
and things like that.
Bullshit
That's
Phil.
a possibility coming up down the road. It's not that the banks will stay there and keep making loans in the face
I took her OMG out.
disaster. Or
Oscar Michael
insurance
Golf
companies.
Alpha. Sure seen a spike in activity, new highs.
You
OMGA.
can cancel those policies every year.
Right.
So I think the risk is that they just won't be there and that people won't be able to get them. That's really the issue.
And
Are you
it
talking? What
seems
time
to
frame are you
me
talking about, Good
that,
Banana?
that would be a massive source of instability in our
The
economy
daily is what
overall.
I'm focused on
If
first.
you were to see that kind of dramatic decline in home ownership, you know, home values.
You know, like
not to
790
mention the
break
disruption that would occur if people literally
would
couldn't
be
be in
good.
their homes anymore.
So I think it's going to fall, if that happens, it'll fall on homeowners and
Right.
residents, but it'll also fall on state and local governments, you know, which you see happening now, where they're stepping in states where insurance is going away, private insurance, you're seeing states step in because they want those areas to remain prosperous. So I don't know that it's a financial stability issue, but it certainly will have significant economic consequences.
Well, certainly to try to figure out how to provide reinsurance as an example, and in the places where commercial insurance isn't available would be a massive impact on state budgets, if to follow your chain of thinking. And I know in this committee, I've heard some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle talk about the challenges overall with flood insurance, just as an example, and the massive expense that would have for us as well. I raised this, colleagues,
Wow,
because I think
iceberg
that
really
this is an
moving
important issue
PGY
that we
there.
need to be paying attention to.
Sopa
I do
with
think
the
it has
juice
a
still.
fundamental impact on the overall health of our economy as we look not even down the road, but where we are right now. So I'm out of time. Thank you, Chair Powell. I have a question. You and I have talked quite frequently about my deep and keen interest in the Community Reinvestment Act, and I'll follow up with a question on that for the record.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Haggerty?
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you
How is
here
that not
today.
getting filled?
Welcome. I want to start by talking to you a bit about markets and inflation. Less than 6 months ago, you expressed some serious
Okay,
concerns
thank you.
about labor market weakness and the risk of persistent inflation. But since then, the FOMC has begun its easing cycle and cut its target rate by 100 basis points, as you mentioned in your opening remarks. Now, in the January meeting, the FOMC has telegraphed that it felt both the labor market and inflation have reached a point where you're comfortable maintaining its target range. And my question is this: the recent market data, including last week's strong jobs report, indicate that the economy is on firm ground. Indeed, swaps markets have begun to price in fewer and fewer cuts this year. And I just wanted to talk broadly
SPCB.
about these market conditions that you see. Do you see evidence of a higher neutral rate emerging at this point?
Yeah, it
Yes,
just
I
needs
mean,
volume
let me
super light
say,
today.
There was a lot of reason to be concerned about downside risk in the labor market toward the middle of this year, but really that concern has diminished significantly. Labor market's very strong.
Wow,
I
Tim
think
giving
the
it all
evidence
back.
is, my own view, and there are many different views on this, but is that the neutral rate will have risen meaningfully, very hard to be precise about it, from what it was. It was clearly very, very low before the pandemic. Extraordinarily low, historically so, but yes, I think it's moved up, and many of my colleagues on the FOMC feel that way too.
It certainly seems that way. I'd like to turn now to what seems to be a very popular topic right at this point, and that's the CFPB. In your response to Senator Britt's question earlier, you confirmed that when the CFPB submits quarterly funding requests, the Fed is not in a position to exercise any discretion over what the funds are used for. Is that correct?
As long as it's compliant with the law.
It just strikes me that the Fed is not in a position to hold the CFPB accountable for what it does or how it spends its money. Congress hasn't been allowed to hold the CFPB accountable for what it does or how it spends its
What's up,
money.
Onur?
It looks like no one has been able to hold the CFPB accountable at all. And now I hear, complaints coming from
More comments out by
every
Powell
corner,
says, believe
particularly
neutral
from the
rate
other side,
has risen from
complaints
very
about
low
the excessive
pre-pandemic
delegation
level.
of authority to a Republican CFPB director.
It's a big level.
This
TLTR.
entity was
I'd
intentionally
expect a balance
created
in here
to
somewhere.
be wholly unresponsive to elected officials. So I just find that quite rich. Before I close, I'd like to come to a point on climate, and particularly the Fed's forays into climate activism that have taken place over these past 4 years and the recent retrenchment that we've seen. It's one thing for the Fed to disassociate from its past climate activism in a press release, but to credibly claim that it's divorced itself from partisan climate policies, the Fed needs to do more than just issue statements. It needs to actually end its climate policies. The Fed's independence from politics is a headline topic at the moment, of course.
2026.
And while much attention has been given to potential external pressures on the Fed, I think it's also critical that we scrutinize how the Fed's own regulation and supervision might be utilized to in some way politicize
See the
institutions.
74 law.
So when the central bank strays from its mandate by embracing partisan climate policies, the Fed embroils itself in controversial political
Intel
debates
has the
and
juice
invites
today.
legitimate political scrutiny. So I just want to urge the Fed to refocus entirely on its core
10%.
statutory
What'd they do?
mandates. I know it's a commitment that both you and I share, Mr. Chairman.
JD Vance vows AI chips will be made in U.S.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Warnock.
Coming from Forbes, being circulated
Thank you
Meta
very
in
much,
talks to buy
Chairman Scott,
Korean
and
AI chip
welcome
startup
again, Chairman
Furiosa
Powell.
AI.
I want to echo the words of Ranking Member Warren and so many of my colleagues today on Doge and Project 2025's illegal attack on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Certainly the Bureau was not created to be dismantled. And since its inception, the CFPB has been the only federal agency solely dedicated to protecting Americans' wallets and pocketbooks from scammers and predatory companies in financial services. The CFPB reduced costs for Americans, returning more than $21
Yeah, I've been looking at it,
billion
Tim.
to Americans who have
It's
been cheated.
really light volumes, so
since
it's a
its
tough one.
Inception. I want us to
But
focus on that as
you do have
folks
an
are
obvious
talking
level
about
here.
chasing after waste and fraud and abuse. The CFPB has returned more
Yeah,
than
just a macro note, Representative Carter has introduced legislation authorizing Trump to acquire Greenland and rename it Red, White, and Blue Land.
will increase costs for Americans.
Red, white, and blue
give the green
coin.
light to fraudsters and predatory
Find
actors
it.
seeking to cheat hardworking Americans.
Red, white, and
Chairman
blue
Powell,
land.
thousands of Georgians of all political stripes have written
That's
in
the
my
most
office,
American name ever.
and they are alarmed by an unelected billionaire. and
Goes
his
from
hackers'
Greenland to
dangerous
red,
attempts
white,
to
and blue
access
land.
Americans'
That's freaking
private
amazing.
data and the Treasury Department's systems that control $6 trillion
What
in
senator
annual payments to millions of American citizens,
came up with that?
including Social Security,
genius.
Medicare, and tax refunds. Quickly, yes or no, has Elon Musk or members of his team
Members on this
to your knowledge,
KOPM, we are
attempted
seeing this
to
volume of
access
weakness on the name
Fed's
Chitter
protected
circulating
data and systems?
article in regards to
I
KOPN.
don't believe so.
Okay, so will you commit to report to this committee, majority and minority?
Losing a deal regarding
immediately
visual
should you become
augmentation
aware
systems?
of any such attempt by Elon Musk or Doge to pierce the Fed's independence or to access its protected systems?
Yes.
Thank you for that commitment. The Fed's latest monetary policy report states that the tight labor market has allowed
Thank you, Cheese.
employment and earnings gaps between Black and Hispanic Americans and white Americans to narrow. I was glad to see that many of the long-standing disparities in employment and wages by sex, race, ethnicity, and education have narrowed under the Biden administration. Some gaps have reached historic lows. Specifically, the employment gap for Black workers and white workers is near its lowest point in almost 50 years. That is the economy that the Trump administration is inheriting, a historic low in almost 50 years. Chair Powell, as you work to promote maximum employment, what steps will the Fed take to ensure that these equity gains are permanent?
So the best thing we can do is it's both of our mandates really, because as you well know, high inflation hits people at the low end of the income spectrum first and most. And in addition to that, we know that the benefits of a strong labor market over time can be really visible and important in those communities as well. So we pursue our mandate, we keep our heads down, and it works out that is the single best thing we can do to foster, closing those gaps.
You pursue your mandate, you want to make sure that it's working. Would you agree that we still need good equity data to continue to narrow and close those gaps by race and gender?
I do think, We're always going to be in favor of good data at the Fed, and we do have quite a bit of that data on our website.
But if we don't have equity data, it'd be difficult to know, right?
Yes.
I'm glad to hear you still believe in the value of good equity data for economic policy making. It's better to fly with the data than the
CSAI
I'm
went.
not sure what's so
Shit.
controversial about the data. And while I was disappointed to hear that the Federal Reserve, which is independent from the White House, it scrubbed a diversity and inclusion section from its website after
It's
President
absolutely
Trump's
juicing.
executive order, while also scrubbing data on the racial, ethnic, and gender makeup of its economists and researchers. I hope you will continue to ensure that the public has good data on how our economy
Well, this is a
is
5-minute
working or not working.
cock and drop
for
setup, and we're not getting the drop.
Marginalized Americans. I also hope you will reconsider your decisions around the whitewashing of the Fed's website. Chair Powell, as we think about the value of protecting data on the black-white
1208 break. Better do it. We have a cock fail here.
what policymakers can learn from this data. Historically,
CSI
from
absolute
what you've
juicer.
seen in the data, historically, what types of economic events have caused the black-white wealth gap or employment gap to widen?
Well, high inflation, downturns. You see, generally, just take the black unemployment rate. It generally moves at twice the speed of the white unemployment rate. So when it goes up faster, and when it comes down faster. But there is, at the end of the day, there's
CSI
always
over
a gap.
13.
And we want to run a strong.
You're dicking
labor
around with
market.
this thing and missing out dollar bills.
We target overall labor market conditions for maximum employment, but one of the benefits of that is that gap comes down.
Thank you so much. We all know that fully deregulating our financial regulators like the CFPB, firing bank examiners at the FDIC, or weakening the Fed's supervisory capacity makes
There
an
it
economic
is.
shock or recession more likely. We know that
That's
this
what we wanted.
disproportionately impacts Black and Hispanic workers, and there are real consequences to weakening and eliminating financial regulations that keep us safe. Working people are the ones especially who suffer. So thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to close these gaps. Senator Banks is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for presenting your report to the committee today and for coming to meet with me last
That was a
week
good trade.
in my office as well. The Federal Reserve has enormous power over Americans' ability to work and earn a living. And the Fed's interest rate decisions have an
CSII.
especially
I remember I was watching this
impact
Intel
on
INTC up over 10%
which depend
on
big
the day.
investments. Chair Powell, the Fed's data
With
on
nothing
manufacturing is still
specific
holding
on
up
the name
nationally,
headline-wise.
but
That's
it doesn't
Intel
look
at
very
highs.
good in the Chicago region, which includes most
Pretty
of my
big
state
headline when
in
Vance says
Indiana.
all AI chips
The
will be made in
beige
the
book
U.S.
says manufacturing jobs are
And
declining
that's
and
Intel's
fewer
foundries,
people are
so
buying
that's a big deal there,
manufacturing
homie.
Products. It also says that steel demand is at a low level, auto production has slowed, and machinery orders are down. What does that say about the rest of the country? When manufacturing in the heartland slows, does that signal
Net ticker
trouble for industries
PROP,
in other
Papa
parts of the
Romeo,
country?
Oscar Papa, no circulations, any long idea from Zach's,
Can.
under
It doesn't
$10
always,
pick,
but it
PROP.
certainly can. We watch the manufacturing sector. It's very important. Manufacturing jobs tend to be high productivity jobs. They're very important in our economy. But I would say over the last couple of years, manufacturing was pretty weak during years in which we had high GDP overall. Manufacturing is a smaller proportion of the economy than it used to be, but it's still extremely important.
Senator Reid asked you why free trade doesn't work when one of the giant players doesn't abide by the rules. The China shock is
Nice
proof
work,
of that.
Tim.
The Fed has a mandate to
AIF
maximize
has some
employment.
levels.
How do you account for the whole industry that is repeatedly suffocated by unfair competition?
We don't do trade policy. We're not responsible for it. We don't comment on those who do trade policy. So we don't really have a role in focusing specifically on that. That really is left to those who have responsibility over trade.
Do you agree that a healthy manufacturing economy is important to a healthy overall U.S. economy, though?
I do.
I hope you had an opportunity to read Robert Lighthizer February 6th essay in the New York Times. He explains why a big trade imbalance between any two countries is harmful to citizens in both of those countries. How does the Fed take the trade deficit into account in your decision?
Not anytime soon, there, homie.
in your decision?
Not anytime soon, there, homie.
Again, we really don't. You know, we're aware of it, but it's not something that
They can go make other people's chips all they want. I'm still not buying their shit right now.
No, I did read his book, by the way. I didn't read that editorial.
Fair enough. It is a good book as well. I want to get into tariffs. It's no secret that most conventional economists hate tariffs. But I want to note that Indiana gained manufacturing jobs during President Trump's first term with the 2018-2019 tariffs. Even though the economist's conventional wisdom is that tariffs will reduce jobs,
Tim at
you
yesterday's
commit to following
close
the data and
level.
not prejudge any outcome.
See if it bounces
Very
off of
much so,
here.
as we did in 2018-19.
Finally, my staff reviewed the research paper on tariffs in preparation for this hearing, and I want to point out one of them called The Employment Consequences of U.S. Trade Wars. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this paper for the record. It found that the timing of tariffs are very important. It found that China's retaliation to President Trump's tariffs did hurt U.S. jobs, but if the U.S. had imposed tariffs on China much earlier in the 90s and early 2000s, it would have almost completely eliminated job losses due to the China shock. And I know you've said what you said before, but will you and your staff please take a look at this paper?
We certainly will. I imagine we already have, but I'd love to see it.
I appreciate that. Home ownership is an essential part of the American dream, but families are struggling to afford homes. In just 5 years, the price of a typical home in Indiana has gone up
TRY near the highs again.
60%. More than 3/4 of American families can't afford an average home in their neighborhood. How do the Fed decisions about monetary policy affect the ability of regular families to buy a home?
Most of what will have driven that increase will be about
LTR,
some of it's about local
alert.
regulations, as you, I'm sure, know. It's also about just wages going up and costs of materials and things like that going up. And land costs and all that are going up a lot. The channel that through which we affect housing is, of course, interest rates. And right now, interest rates are still pretty high, but actually, mortgage rates are really not set at the Fed. Those are really key off of longer run things. Nonetheless, we're clearly having an effect on the housing market, and that'll unwind as we normalize policy. But we're still going to be faced with high insurance costs and high material costs and labor shortages and all the things that keep driving housing prices up across the country.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Next will be Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Powell, just kind of running along that vein of thought, the housing costs
Tesla's
are one of the top
crushed
concerns
today.
of my constituents in Arizona. From 2010 to 2022, rents in Arizona increased by 72%, and I wish wages were as increased to match, but they did not. And the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has been above 6% for nearly 30 months. With very few rate cuts anticipated in the near future,
Yeah, I'm
potential
up today.
cost increase from
This is my
tariffs or
P&L
imported
for today.
construction materials,
Right here.
as well as the demand that we're going to see in terms of
1,300.
rebuilding, from California and labor shortages. What do you think needs to happen to make housing more affordable in Arizona and the United States in general?
You know, housing policy and things to help housing supply are really in your wheelhouse, not ours. I do think you know, the housing markets around the country are still suffering from the after effects of the pandemic. Once that's all the way through and short-term rates are down to normal, whatever the new normal level is, I think housing costs are still going to be high. I think it's still going to be expensive to build housing in many parts of the country where lots of the urban areas, the obvious places to build housing has happened. So I think it's a long-term. There's a short-term problem which will go away in coming years, but there's a longer-term problem with housing availability, and that's going to be something that's not within our authorities or power to affect.
You know, one of the things that I've seen in Arizona is because we have people that are locked into mortgages at 2.9, 2.8%, and in order for them to move to the new house, they're going to have to essentially go and try to get, quote unquote, a bigger house, but the mortgage payment is going to be through the roof. And while I know the Fed doesn't set the mortgage rate, at the same time, one of the biggest drivers, obviously, of inflation, especially in places like Arizona, is housing costs. And then one of the biggest decisions, essentially, you make on whether or not to move rates is inflation, which is driven by housing costs. So we're in this kind of perpetual vicious circle in Arizona when it comes to interest rates. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I just want to at least for there to be some understanding on that, because it's the reason we're not breaking out of this cycle is because the problem kind of feeds itself over and over and over again.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on, but it's not obvious, though, that lower rates would lead to lower housing inflation, because, of course, that would increase housing demand. It would unlock people's, low mortgages, but that creates both a buyer and a seller. So it's not clear that would be something that would drive down housing inflation.
Well, my supposition, especially in places like Arizona, which is really growing fast, is that by increasing supply with lower rates, you end up essentially having more of a competitive market, so people will start moving and essentially bring down the overall cost. But moving on, so I've also heard from businesses in Arizona, they're concerned about the threat of economic stability in tariffs that are imposed on our key U.S. trade partners. How should we expect prices to move for basic items like tomatoes, peppers, cars, and the like if we place a 25% tariff on Mexico next month as
Thoughts on
President
PayPal? I
has
think bottom out, or is this gap filled?
As you know, we don't do tariff
Hey, look.
policy, and we don't do commentary on tariff policy.
Ugh.
Just
So they had a bad
generally,
ER, so
when somebody's got to pay the tariff, and it can be the exporter, it can be the
75,
importer, it can
76
be,
level is a balance
a
area.
middleman, and it can
Somebody
be the
pays
You're
consumer.
oversold.
Somebody does.
Like
but
the
it-
200
in
is
some cases,
potential.
it doesn't reach the consumer much. In some cases, it does, and it really does depend on.
It's a tough
facts that
one
we
to
haven't
know where
seen
it goes.
But that also contributes to some of the calculations on inflation overall.
It can, but
It's hard to predict.
There's also a question of how persistent that would be and how large it would be.
So, and of course, I understand you're not here to
Oh, it's the
specifically
daily low,
comment on
67.
trade policy. But
No.
overall, is it your opinion, let's just say a base opinion, that high tariffs
Yeah.
can lead to higher costs, which would then end up being seen in terms of your inflation calculation that helps you set the rates?
So I'd say that's a possible outcome, which will depend very much on specific facts about what's being tariffed for how long, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Senator McCormick.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and Chairman Powell, good to see you again. In the past 5 years alone, the national debt has exploded. Federal spending and the debt have increased by more than 50%. Debt held by the public, or true debt obligation, has more than tripled during the past 15 years, reaching more than $28 trillion. All told, U.S. national debt is now over 120% of our GDP. And runaway spending contributed to a regressive tax on all Americans, a tax known as inflation. In the past 5 years, the cost of living has
Watching the
skyrocketed
5-minute on this Tim, see if we get a bounce out of this range. We've got a bunch of wicks down here. Maybe we get a 5-minute curl up to at least the 90 MA.
And unfortunately, that compounded effect of
We'll see.
inflation
It
has
could
not been offset
just break through
by
here, but
commensurate rise in wages for many
AIF
Pennsylvanians.
$8 level.
I've heard from countless
AIFF,
Pennsylvanians
sorry.
that count their dollars at the gas pump, cancel family trips, even tighten their belts at the dinner table because of inflation. So while we discuss these heady issues, let's not lose sight of the very real human cost of the decisions made by
Broke through
people sitting
a-
in this room. And given that
it's a
cost, I'd
5-minute
like
W.
to ask you about the national debt and the cost of financing it. We now spend more to service the debt annually than we do on national defense. So how concerned are you
That's crazy.
about the
Spend
accelerated
more
pace of
on
government
interest payments of
borrowing
our debt than we
and the
spend on the
borrowing
military.
cost, which will affect families
It's
in
not
the
sustainable.
form of higher mortgage rates?
Yeah, we don't comment on fiscal policy other than to say that, as my predecessors have said, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. It's not that the level of spending or the level of the debt itself is unsustainable. It's that the path is unsustainable, and ultimately the level of the debt will be. So there's no time like the present to start working on this. The longer we wait, the more painful it will be. It's something we need to do and will have to do in the long run, and the short run is better than the long run for that.
And just as a practical matter, how do you factor that into your policy thinking and decisions?
We don't. We're here to achieve maximum employment and price
In macro
stability.
news, Trump says he is sending
Really up to
Secretary of
Congress
Treasury
to
Scott
deal
Bessent
with
to
fiscal
Ukraine to
issues.
meet with Zelensky.
We leave that to you.
Well, just as a more practical question, I think which falls clearly in your bailiwick,
Bailiwick was not on my
national debt
bingo card
has
today.
caused the supply of U.S. Treasuries needed to finance the debt to skyrocket. And
What is
that's
that,
at the same
Groovy?
time the Fed is shrinking its holdings of Treasury through quantitative tightening. So the question is, or could you at least give us some insight into the
That's
impact
crazy.
that this is having on the Treasury market?
Members' commentary
investors,
by
the rest
President
of
Trump.
that supply, and in
It's pretty
particular, I'm
cool.
interested
Says,
in
I'm sending
how the
Secretary of the
biggest
Treasury
holders of
Scott
US
Bessent
Treasuries,
to
how their
Ukraine to meet
behavior
Zelensky.
is changing.
This
as
war
debt,
must and will end
increases.
soon. Too much death and
So
destruction.
this is a real
The U.S. has
Treasury
spent
question, but
billions
I
of
think from our
dollars
standpoint,
globally
I can say that
with little to show.
there are
When
lots of
America
buyers
is
for
strong, the
treasuries,
world is
but,
at peace.
Treasury buyers are going
It's
to
a
be
1 minute cock.
factoring in their assessments of the supply that's coming, and that may be part of the reason why the term premium has increased, as you know, over the course of this year. Although, you know, the rates have been going up and down lately. They're almost back to where they were before the election.
I know the Fed has been moving forward with comprehensive changes to the stress test process. Could you discuss how you're thinking about reducing the volatility of the results and increasing transparency on the stress test?
So on transparency, we're going to release the models, you know, clean them up and publish the models, put them out for comment. In terms of
5 minutes
volatility,
90.
we're also going to, by the
There
way,
we
we're also
go.
going to release the stress test
Let's
scenarios.
go break that 69.
Before we implement them. In terms of volatility, what we said we would do is average the
Needs to
changes.
do better than this.
You know, the problem is the stress capital buffer can be moving up and down just because of volatility in the results, and it seemed like a good idea to smooth that out by averaging over a couple of years. We're putting all this out for comment, though, and you know, ultimately we'll reflect those comments in the final decisions we make.
Thank you. I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you, Chairman Powell. It's good to see you, and thank you for meeting with me last week. We discussed everything from jobs and housing supply to the real impact on Fed policies on all of our lives. And I also got a chance to share
Lowering
with you just
size.
the
Ticker MSOSs are falling. Note Trump is announcing Terry Cole will be the DEA administrator.
Frightened by firings and funding
bad?
freezes, and just the real impact on people's financial and personal data and information when
It's dumping bad.
DOJ has access to this information.
It's getting
I'm
hammered
hearing
here.
from my constituents as well about the potential shuttering of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. As Senator Warnock mentioned, CFPB has returned over $21 billion to millions of consumers, and that's a real impact. But I want to also highlight that it was your leadership
Okay.
and the Fed
My man Joe
working with
Liz money on that.
Congress and the Biden administration to really help answer that question that you were asked about if
It's gonna go red and
you
green.
had the choice to switch countries with France and Germany and others, that you said no.
Back to my
You'd rather be
Tem.
here. And that success is a testament to all of us. We came together during a really tough economic time at the end of this, during a pandemic, and it limited the recession and job losses. And since COVID, we've seen a robust job growth. But we also have grappled with inflation that drove prices up for so many goods.
LTRY
And I've worked
150.
to address one part of this phenomenon,
SOPA.
our supply chain disruptions. In fact, I recently joined Senators Cantwell and Blackburn to reintroduce the bipartisan Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act to address supply chain vulnerabilities. And while we see indications that inflation may be slowing, too many of our constituents are still facing high
It's kind of a
prices
weak
and
5 minute,
economic
man.
uncertainty.
Honestly.
We need to do everything that we can to address this anxiety and the realities that Americans are facing. And there seems to be a disconnect.
68.42.
While the economy is doing, well here, on the ground, people aren't really feeling that.
Hard.
So,
This
Mr.
is a-
Powell, can you talk about, from your perspective, just what is driving this disconnect between traditional economic indicators, such as GDP growth and the stock market performance, and the tangible
SOPA
benefits
5
for
minute inside
families?
candle.
I'd be glad to. So it is clear that the overall aggregate numbers are just very, very good for the economy. 4% unemployment, inflation down to 2.6% last year, and the economy growing well in excess of 2%. These are good
How am I
numbers.
not getting filmed on
But
this?
what people are feeling is the results of several years of inflation, particularly for people in the low and moderate income category. They're really feeling it. So if you look at the earnings releases and press conferences that they do, that companies like the dollar stores and things like that do, who deal a lot with low and moderate income
Wow.
people,
Thank you,
they're all telling
E-Trade, for not
that those
filling my
consumers are
short
feeling
order on
really
157 million
So
share
we do understand
float.
that, and we try to keep that in mind.
Wow.
Even though we acknowledge that the overall data are good, we see what people are feeling, and that's inflation. So it's just another reminder how much people hate inflation and how bad inflation is for people, high inflation, and it just furthers our resolve to get inflation back to 2% and keep it there.
Thank you. One of the big areas that I focus on, you've heard many of us across the aisle talk about the housing crisis that we have in this country. And I know a few others have asked questions previous to me about this, but I would love to follow up afterwards with specifically what you think are the short-term and long-term things that we can do
AIFF going for
to
the
really
highs.
address the housing supply and affordability crisis. I have legislation that looks at things like reducing regulatory barriers, zoning reform, these things that we know we can, in partnership with local governments, make a significant difference. And so if I
Did I get
could,
98? Oh, we
would love,
did.
again, to follow up with you, even cutting red tape, those kinds of things that we can do.
Should have
long-term
gone
and
there,
short-term.
honestly.
But I did want to mention one last thing in the 20 seconds that I have. The Fed listens, things that you do, activities that you do.
They
Would
are.
you talk a little
It
bit
is
about
thievery
that as well?
what
Because working people, a lot of times
these
people don't feel
payment
that
for
they
order
have a
flows
place
have been
in these
doing
kind of
recently.
conversations.
It dropped
But can you talk
2
about what
cents
the Fed
there.
does with Fed
Still
listens?
So briefly, we did this as
to
part
fill
of
my
a
order.
review 5 years ago, and we do it on an ongoing
Wow.
basis now. And the idea is that we break out from the usual people that we talk to, which is a pretty diverse group, and try to deal directly with people who are experiencing the economy and our policies. And it's quite eye-opening to listen to people talk about it. We had one person at the Chicago conference 5 years ago who said the expansion, which was then 9 years old, is just reaching my community. And he talked for some minutes about how companies were going into prisons and finding people who weren't going to get out for a year or two and training them and stuff like that. You could hear a pin drop. It was very telling stuff. So I think we learned from all that, and so we'll keep doing it.
Well, I will end by saying there's a famous quote, I think it's Martin Luther King, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. We need to get it together. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Blunt Rochester. Senator Marino.
Chairman, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time on the phone the other day. Appreciate that very much. Just to ask you a broad general question. When you increase M2, the money supply, by 40% over a short period of time, is that going to drive inflation?
It could. Well, I think we discussed, monetary aggregates have not been a great predictor of really any other thing. But I think when there's a sharp increase like that in M2, then that could, that's something that might cause some inflation.
Now, is that just to be clear for the people watching, that happened because of public policy in this institution here, correct? In other words, there wasn't a civilian-led effort to increase government spending outside of the elected leaders that chose to make those decisions.
I think that was part of it. I think there were just a lot of causes in the inflation that we saw, but that, it's fiscal policy, it was monetary policy, it was just closing and reopening the economy, just generated a bunch of confusing signals, and then a lot of inflation everywhere in the world, really, whether people did a lot of fiscal policy or not. So, but there were many factors, and that's, I would say, one of them.
But just to be clear, it wasn't the citizens of the country making those decisions. Those were elected leaders choosing to close the economy. Businesses didn't decide one day to close, didn't decide to not be able to go to work. Those were decisions made by policymakers, correct?
Yes.
On MHO, announcing a
$250
$250 million share repurchase authorization,
They care
MHO.
so much about inflation when in reality they cause it. But I don't want to continue that. I'd ask you a question just out of curiosity, because you worked at the Department of Treasury. At what point did you think they were going to run out of ink? Did that concern you that maybe it was possible that they were printing so much money that the Treasury would have to find alternate ink suppliers?
Didn't occur to me, but good question.
So along those lines, something that concerns me a lot is the idea that we would even
Run out
look
of
like
ink.
China in any way. So can I have your
That's when we
commitment that
switched
as
to
long
digital
as
and
you're the chairman of
there's
the
no
Federal
ink
Reserve
there.
System, that we will never have a central bank digital currency?
Yes.
Thank you for that. I think that's extremely important. It makes me very happy to hear you say that.
Lies!
Shifting gears to a little bit, something that matters to me and entrepreneurs all over the country is why can't I wire somebody money at 6 p.m. Eastern time? Can we get to a 24/7
Members being
scenario
posted in
where
the news
wires
desk
are
is a link to
cleared
the World Ag
every day,
Supply and
all
Demand
day?
Estimates, the WASDE
I
report?
think that would be very, very helpful to businesses all over the country.
So that's coming. It's just coming slowly here. We have that at Fed Now. We'll get in touch with you about Fed Now. We provide that
Don't clip
service
that.
between two banks, and others want to provide it too. Yes, we do kind of lag a lot of other countries in that, and it is time for that to happen.
So I know I don't want to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot, it's FedNow was very familiar with it, but it was a little bit late in coming. Can we get a commitment to do that this year, so that by the end of this calendar year, businesses can transact 24/7 and settle payments?
Well, I think they can do that now I believe they can do it now on Fed Now, and they can also do it on the RTP system as well. So I think it's available. Let me check in and I'll follow up with you.
That'd be great. One other piece of the puzzle here is what do you think?
I thought he was going to mention like T0
to fight international terror groups. For example, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, the proxies that are funded by places like Qatar. Do you think that we're doing enough to keep them outside of the banking system? Because at the end of the day, terrorism is ultimately funded by these bad actors. I met with the hostage families this morning. It was heart-wrenching to hear stories about kids that are my kids' age being held for almost 500 days. The Qataris are obviously completely complicit in all this. What can we do? What advice would you have that we can do to make certain that we bring these terror groups to their knees?
These assholes.
We do enforce the money laundering laws very, very strictly, and but it's a tough question. You know, it's a huge focus in international meetings and things like that. But you're right; it's really hard to nail it down, particularly if it's all happening overseas. But we can do what we can do with our banks. We don't want to make it so costly, though, that they debank people because they're so worried about violating the money laundering laws. I mean, that's
AIF high day.
According to the banks, is that they're so afraid that there might be money laundering that they just cut people off at the first flag, as opposed to perfectly legal businesses are being thrown out because of their fear of being caught doing money laundering. So I think there's a balance there, but no, it's a really, really hard project and one we spend a lot of time on.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Marino. The patient and persistent Senator Kim.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure some of my colleagues had a chance to be able to run off to some of their meetings. And I've enjoyed being able to listen to the chairman, to be able to hear some of your
BBAI
articulation here. I just want to share with you, I did a telephone town hall last night, and I'm glad to hear some of my other colleagues as well. And there is a lot of anxiety right now by the American people and trying to understand what's happening.
I've seen the volume downtick on the
and
name.
Interpreting what's happening on the news.
The lows
I
of the
guess I
day.
just wanted to ask you, if you were, for your words of how you would explain to the American people the importance of independence when it comes to the Federal Reserve.
So I think the point is that we'll make better policy, we'll keep inflation lower if we just focus on doing our job and stay out of politics, stay out of elections, don't try to favor or to hurt any political party, any political figure, just focus on the data. If we start putting up political filters, we'll be no good, we'll be less effective at our already quite difficult job. And I do think that's broadly understood. I think there's broad support up here in both political parties and on both sides of the Hill, I think that there is a decent degree of support for continuing
AIFF,
independence.
yep.
That's not to say we shouldn't be accountable. We should be very accountable and transparent about what we do. We should be up here explaining what we do and why to our oversight body,
Tesla
which is
getting
this committee,
absolute
and then
smashed.
outside. So that's what I would say.
Making decisions
SoFi
about
just grinding
your
up.
core mission about
that's
stability and
horrible.
about growth, but not thinking about it in terms of the context of an election cycle, for instance. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
I wanted to just shift gears a little bit, but similar type topic. You know, there's been a lot of attention to the role of public servants within our government, and
5-minute
our
cock. I'll
understanding
revisit
what roles
that
they
after
play,
that's over with.
how many to have, and I guess I just wanted to ask if you could speak to the role of the Federal Reserve employees, their qualifications, and more importantly, like their importance to the mission and being able to engage. How important are they to the work that you are trying to do towards stability and growth?
So I'm very proud to be associated with the people of the Federal Reserve, and I'll give you an example why. When the pandemic hit,
Watching Bitcoin
out of the blue,
hitting lows of the day,
all over the
right by
world
that
shutting down.
96,000
The
level.
Treasury market is stopping to function. Companies can't roll over their
Transitory
commercial paper.
independence.
Economists are writing about a depression. People at the Fed who went through the global financial crisis 10 years before step forward and say, we got this. We know what to do. Here's what we do with the Treasury market. Here's what we do with money market funds. Here's what we do with the companies that can't get any financing. The markets were closed, and companies were having maturing debt that they had to roll over. The people who knew what to do in that pretty dire emergency were working at the Federal Reserve and other places. But I will tell you, it was impressive. And I think if you could have seen the way people react and how hard they work and how much they know and how well it worked, really. Our work during the acute phase of the crisis was very successful, and it's entirely due to the knowledge base that resides with career people at the Fed.
Yeah. Would you say that the Fed is overstaffed?
No, I would say that, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Everybody at the Fed works really hard. It's a place where people work.
A lot of this conversation right now about staffing numbers at different departments and agencies, it's going back to this sense of the taxpayer dollar, in terms of accountability there. But I guess I just wanted to ask you, is the Fed paid for by the taxpayer dollars? Can you explain to us what the burden is on the taxpayer?
So we're self-funding through our large balance sheet.
So when it comes to the staffing at the Federal Reserve, not coming from the taxpayers, is that right?
Indirectly, we give away all of our profits. We give back to Treasury, and those profits would be higher if we didn't pay for the Fed. So in fairness, it's ultimately paid for by the taxpayers.
Remember, I was watching this NASDAQ, seeing some large selling going
just
on.
one last question. We talked about the different actors that are involved.
Bringing down the S&P as well. Nothing specific, members, in regards to news headlines for this this move lower.
I guess I just want to ask you, do you know of any way in which to
going on
100% guarantee that the consumers will not have
the
to
NASDAQ right by
pay higher
lows of the
costs when it
day?
comes to tariffs?
Not really. It's not going to be easy to identify with any accuracy exactly where costs do fall, but I think it'd be hard to guarantee any particular outcome. I think we're just going to have to see.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Warren, did you?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a point before we quit here, and that is about law enforcement. If you keep the laws the same on the books, but you fire the cops, you're going to have a lot more crime.
She's all about the cops and the beat today, isn't she?
And the problem we've got right now is law in the books about consumer protection hasn't changed. But the cops, at least right at this moment, have been
Above
told
it's 20.
CFPB to
So basically
stand down.
plus or
And I
minus 130, huh?
appreciate that we have state AGs who step in, and often they partner up with the CFPB. But there is no one else for the giant banks who actually
This
does
thing really
what's
doesn't
called
like
bank
getting outside of the
examination,
Bollinger Band.
Supervision. And that is so important. Remember the Wells Fargo scandal, where Wells Fargo was illegally opening fake accounts in people's names? You find that through bank examination, not because the person who got cheated could figure it out. Bank of America.
As I say that, it
gets called in
absolutely,
because
it literally
bank
heard
examiners
me and
discovered
said,
they were charging
"Oh,
people
I don't like getting outside of the Bollinger Band.
Nobody
Hold my
finds that with
beer."
the people who are down in the
Good
banks doing the
God.
bank examination on behalf of the consumers. Look, we tried a patchwork of law enforcement for consumers before 2008. We had all those laws scattered among 7 different agencies,
Jeez.
and we saw how it ended. It ended with millions of people losing their homes, millions of people losing their jobs, millions of people losing their savings. The CFPB is our law enforcement agency to make sure that the giant banks
SOPA coming
follow
back
the
up to
rules
high
on
day.
consumer protection. And for me, right now, I'd be really worried about doing business with a giant bank when there's no cop on the beat.
Thank you, Senator.
turn
I'll
around and
recognize
share
myself
your
for
neck?
just one
What are we
question,
talking
and it'll
about,
even be
jeez?
relevant to your job, I promise, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for your patience and for being here. I wanted to follow up on there were some questions, or at least I know Senator Rounds asked a Basel III question, and your response was basically, let's get the people in place from the administration, and then we'll proceed again. Treasury Secretary Besson recently said that the banking system is, I believe, said, quote, well-capitalized, perhaps over-capitalized, unquote. And given that assessment, or if you agree with it, could you discuss the
Are you saying
necessity of advancing
I'm plugged
a new
into the
Basel III
Matrix?
proposal,
I'm seeing the
specifically
Matrix? Is that what you're saying?
How an updated regulation would impact the ability of the regional banks to compete with the big Wall Street banks? And what considerations should be taken into account to ensure that we have a
for it. I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him.
I know there's this concern comes and goes.
I'm going to tell him.
And for those of us who have largely regional banks, or God love them,
Fortune Loco, I'm going to tell him.
Credit unions, a competitive
Hey,
system.
when they raid,
So if you just
everyone
answer that, and then I'll
spam
wrap
this
up.
guy's name.
Sure. So
and say that he told.
We're eager to get together with new colleagues from the FDIC, new leadership at the FDIC and the OCC, to try to finish Basel III.
Yep. And you have to
my
add
own view has
stock
been
guy,
our banks are
like
well
at
capitalized.
the stock
Basel
guy.
III was not supposed to be an exercise in raising
Snitched.
capital in U.S. banks.
Something like that.
Mario Draghi said that. Dan Tarullo said
Like that.
back in the day,
Something.
I believe. So
Is it Stock Guy
I think
TV or
that's
Stock Guy?
About right. We have some work to do, but we'll get there, I believe, fairly quickly. In terms of your regionals, we do. They
Commentary
don't face
out by
the
Axios
GSIB surcharges. They don't face
saying that
quite
Netanyahu
the burden that the large banks
says if
face
Hamas
in
doesn't release our hostages by Saturday at
planning
noon,
and that sort of thing. So
the
we
ceasefire will
certainly-
end
we
and the
need
IDF
those
will
banks
resume the
to
There
fighting
he
in
is!
Gaza.
and profitable because we need them to compete with the G-SIBs. We don't want
There he
to
is. Hey, spam it. Spam it. Spam it.
the economy. That's not what we're looking
Stocky, you have a snitcher in your group.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, that guy got.
The number of community banks, especially
Raid coming.
for years.
Raid coming.
And this is not
Show us your
something we wanna-
cock.
We don't want to be
Okay.
the cause of that. If it's happening by natural causes or because of evolving technology,
mean-
that's one thing. But we don't want to be
Is that what we're
inadvertently
doing?
causing that to happen.
So as you
Is
look
that
at the
against
Basel
TOS?
III exercise, can you think of anything specifically that ensures that competitive, diverse banking system is maintained rather than a consolidation, whether it's fewer
Jeez.
community banks into more regional
Stocky,
banks,
how you
fewer
doing, my
regional
man?
banks, more
Are you still in AIFF? You had that way early.
You think twice.
Thing is an absolute monster
impose
today.
The kinds of things that we impose on the largest banks and the next to largest banks, you want to be careful.
Stocky did not say nice things about me. You have to understand that when Stocky calls me
Smaller banks, it raises the fixed costs, is what it does of banking, and it makes it harder to
a
start new
Midwestern
banks,
lesbian,
and makes it harder for any but the largest to.
he's
be
into that kind of
successful.
stuff.
So
You know what I
that's
mean?
not what we want. We want a lot of competition, and these
So
regionals.
it's
they're-
actually a term of
it's
endearment
important
between
that
us.
that they thrive.
I agree, and I agree with your assessment. So thank you for that. Thank you for
He secretly has a crush
staying
on
with
me.
us for the day.
I'm his
and,
celebrity
glad we could
crush.
get you first.
What can I say?
So as we wrap up, for
Stocky,
senators
thank you
who
for the
wish
raid.
to submit questions
Shout out
for
to
the
the stock
hearing
guy.
record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, February 18th. Chair Powell, you have 45 days from that day to submit your response to questions for the record. Thank you.
You do have a
Committee
super.
stands adjourned.
Thank you.
What's up, one positive? Damn you, dude, Burkett.
You know, it's in ticker Disney, DIS. Notes Access is reporting Disney is making changes to its DEI efforts.
Okay, and that's done with that. Thank goodness. We learned absolutely nothing there. I'm still waiting on the 5090. AIF actually gapped there. Back over 1113 does anything? It's too easy. What is this clip? Damn it. That's last year. What? No.
A picture of Stock Jock right now. Tell me if you take Stock Jock, put these glasses on him and a collared shirt.
Disney shares seeing a spike in activity on that headline on the wires now.
It's
for
nothing
Disney.
like me.
Get fucked.
Don't crack himself up. Freaking hobbit. Shut up, time taker. Can you wear glasses now for reference? I don't have any. So, second. LTRY through high day. Let's go. Yo, you need to voice Damon. Huh? Shut up, time taker. I need the 5090 to be able to, for obvious reasons. Can't do anything on this measly 3090 I have. Kathy will be rummaging through Goodwill close to. Okay. More closely on business outcomes according to notes sent to employees Tuesday obtained by Axios. No, 50. Oh, it's going to be months before we get 5090s in stock. Months, I tell you. LTRY with the juice. Still got it in the old swing account here. Up 610 on that one. 23% winner. And I ain't selling. Too big of a catalyst next month for it to just have one pop and that's it. And they withdrew their offering. They withdrew the offering. It has issue with cables melting anyways. I saw that. Did they say why yet? Those cables were melted? They have to be put in poorly. They don't just melt. I have sex with an actual person. Yeah, soils, but look, can the person be alive this time? I'm using the cable that came with the card. I don't know what the deal. I haven't looked into it too much. I saw Jay's 2 cents talked about it a little bit, and DeBauer talked about it in a video, but I haven't watched all of it yet. 49 mil too, because people were putting the cable in wrong. That I did know. Well, they weren't putting it in wrong. Well, yeah, wrong as in they didn't push it in all the way. Don't clip that, freaking A. Can we talk about yesterday's raid? I see you, SJ. Who do we raid? I don't even remember. Unevenly, so one cable's getting 4x the power it can handle. Oh, fantastic. Oh, the clothes haul. That's right. What about it? You didn't like the clothing haul? I don't know. She got a boyfriend. You can't date her. You guys asked her if she was single. What'd you say? Of course. We got you. Oh, so you're asking her, first you're telling her that I'm 50, which I'm not even freaking close. Then you ask her if she's single. So if she says yes, then you're assuming that you're hoping for my sake that she's into 50-year-old dudes because you told her I was 50. This is helpful. This is good. This is great wingmen. Great wingmen. Freaking idiots. This thing is juicing, boys and girls. Let's go break that 184 and go stupid. CSAI. Interesting levels. Thought cheese is my girlfriend. Just show her your margin balance. Age won't matter. The S in SJ stands for sugar daddy. All right, let's get rid of the other put here. I don't really care about this BBAI anymore. I got the flush through 8 that I wanted, sold half of it through there. What's this clip? They didn't push it in all the way. Don't clip that, freaking A.
No ticker Disney DIS, no dust circulations, a new ad for Jim Cramer. Disney shares seeing continued activity.
Did Jordan and Egypt just fold? About what? What did they say? I don't see a headline. Shut up, Switzer. Damn you all. For those that do not know, I am the jock of stocks. We day trade here. We're a free community that just works together to try to make a buck in the stock market. Lots of different types of trades that go on here. I trade one way and chat trades the opposite of me. So if you're into making money, just do the opposite of me on most days. Today, chat would be down. Do you mainly trade large lots of common stocks for scalps? I trade anything that's moving. So today, this is what I'm watching right now. BBAI, SOPA, it's been a good mover. LTRY, I'm swinging, so I'm got this up. AIFF, obviously. Got CSAI, it's been a mover past 2 days. Tesla's getting wrecked. INTC has been moving very well today. And yeah, so It doesn't matter what float it is, as long as it moves fast, I'm in it. I'm trying to play it. So I'll trade anything from freaking Tesla to some nano cap shit stock in China run by two dudes that live in an apartment that's 300 square feet. I mean, I don't care. I don't care. I don't judge. SMCI, it's pulling back right now. I don't really know why. There might have been a headline to go along with that. Not really sure. Kind of pulled the market down. I don't know if it was SMCI that did it, but it might have been the Qs actually. Yeah. Isn't that just crazy? The Qs is the exact same chart. So, can you explain why you have numbers on each candle? All right, so this is just an indicator. It's a momentum indicator. These guys here. When it gets to like this, for instance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you'll see a potential M pop up on this. That means you're kind of getting a little long in the tooth, and the move is due for a bounce. So like, for instance, right here, this is prime example. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is got this M. I don't know why the creator put an M on it. He did, whatever. M means reversal soon or pullback soon. You got a couple more candles and then the pullback. It doesn't always work. It's something that I have up. I don't put too much attention on, but it tends to work out a lot of times, especially when you get the M. You can read about it on the guy's indicator sheet. He's not, English isn't his first language, so it's a tough read. Think we understand?
Which is Yelp, YELP, no circulations, and new long idea from Zax for Yelp.
What setting is that? It's not a setting, it's an indicator. What is it called? Trend reversal predictor. That's what it's called. So yeah, we're streaming on Kick and YouTube and Twitch, and we also have a Discord. If you're interested, Discord's really helpful. It's free. Everything's free, minus the ads that I will shove down your face if you stick around long enough. If the link doesn't work, let me know. I'll get you another one. A lot of times it doesn't work for some reason. Do you have a course? Nope. I plan on making one that's free, but I just haven't gotten around to it. CWT with the juice. So CSAI, really light volume. It can bring it in though, so it's always on watch. Not sure what's going on here. Major, not a professional, sorry. Yeah, I know. I know, sorry. Shut up, Relic. Ban yourself. Punch yourself in the dick. Today's a good day. We're up $1,000. Swing is working out. It's been slow. I haven't taken that many trades today. There's that reversal on TEM we were talking about. Damn it. What's the one-day min for Tesla? Let's look it up. We had 327-ish. Let's look at a little Bitcoin while we're here. Looking so hot yet. So just patiently waiting for setup right now. AIFF has a 5-minute setup potentially, which hasn't been a good scalp play, but it kind of gives us the overall direction. With all these extra people, you can unload some bowling shoes. Oh my gosh. Never getting rid of my collection. Was that Trading View? Yeah, that was Trading View. This is Trading View here. These are the charts I use if you're interested in exclamation point charts. No, I don't have ETH. I sold all my crypto. I took a swing last night on a 4-hour play. And it just really wasn't built out. It didn't do anything, so I sold this morning, break even. But I haven't had crypto in a few weeks now. Just waiting on this pullback to end. LTRY coming back up. Gets over that high from 2 days ago. That could get spicy. After hours, I got to 223. What did I get to on the day? 183. So put an alert up there. We're getting close. No, I don't keep it in USDC. I just go cash on Coinbase. If I'm trading the big boys, and by big boys, I mean any coin on a centralized exchange, not shitcoins, I'll just go cash. There's no point in going USDC then. LiPo still below VWAP. Oh, entry. Am I waiting for an AIFF? I'm waiting for a 5-minute candle over candle. So right now we're just kind of pulling back on this 5-minute chart up here. I'm waiting for the next candle over candle. So if this candle that we're currently on right here broke this high, I'd be looking for a long. Honestly, this 950 range might be a decent buy spot. Just to bounce off the 9 EMA. I was told almost everyone uses EMA indicators on daily, weekly, and monthly charts. No. I mean, everybody's a little different. I use EMAs on shorter term time frames. So on my minute, 5-minute, and daily charts, I'll use the EMAs on the 9, the 21, and I think I have it set for the where did my maybe 50, maybe not, let me see. No, I think this is a simple moving average. Yeah, so just my 9 and my 21, my red and my yellow lines are EMAs, and then the 50, 100, 200 bigger time frames, I just go simple moving averages. This thing is getting absolutely throttled right now. LTRY 5-minute. It's coming back up. Oh yeah, broke high a day. This 84 should be interesting. I don't like that we're kind of going parabolic into it. Hopefully we get a pullback beforehand. Really good volume so far. Yesterday was 10.6 million. Today we're already at 10.6 million. Can we get a pullback? Just any kind of pullback here? LTRY. Trump authority? Oh, what you're talking about, jeez. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo. $82 break. So this is looking like a pullback. Sideways is fine too. Ideally, we break the 78 before pushing higher, but we might not get that. Got the break. Sell in half, lock it in. Monster move. We tested 90. Held. Back to 95. $88. Can we get $2 the first go? Big break of 2. Selling 1,000 shares here. Lock it in. See if 2 holds. Nice. Here we go again. High they tap when you really need to break it there. There you go. Oh! 220 on that touch. Steep pullback there, though. Just hit suits. Nice. Holding to buy my shares. Needs to hold 2 again. That's a nasty wick. Okay. What do I have? Oh, I have 1,000 shares left. Okay. Freaking wall. That wall's walking down. When it goes, might get a decent pop again. And cuck. Oof. All right, that's a nasty pullback. Back to the 9 EMA. Yeah, Tesla's not looking so hot. Tesla looks like hot dog water. Yeah. It's a lot of volume on this stock. More than I'm comfortable with, honestly. It's interesting. His brother sold. Who are we talking about? Oh, his brother sold. Musk's brother sold yesterday. I gotcha. Interesting. Interesting. All right, here's your first 1 minute. Do you get any kind of pop here? It's a nasty wick. Let's see if we get any kind of movement up. What was my best sell? 203? Ugh. Could have done better. AIFF. It's pulled back quite a bit, but could get going again. 950, I guess, is the level to watch now. Tesla shares on dips. I don't think it's over, honestly. This would be a buying spot. I mean, you're on the 100-day moving average. Big support around 330. If that lets loose, I mean, you're going to go 307, potentially, probably 300. Dare I say 260? That's a big level. Still waiting on the CSAI to do something. Might take end today. DOMH got some levels. Maybe it makes a run at VWAP. Call it 890-ish. LTRY, 5-minute cuck now. Come on. Here's that 5-minute on AIFF. See if that curls and does anything. A W on LTRY. If it broke that. Yeah, typically you don't want W's though to like span a great deal of time. If you're playing a 1-minute W, you want it to be pretty tight. I mean, is it still a resistance level? Yes. If it breaks, does it still pop? Yes. So yeah, if it came up through 196, would I be watching it? Yep. For a scalp. Got lucky, maybe break 2 again too. Scalp that. Right now, it's not holding up very well. Might need to revisit the 90-MA on the 5-minute. SOPA really did nothing there, did it? Can I short this? 600%. And I rejected my order. E-Trade is now, it used to be good at shorts. It is absolute hot dog water now when it comes to trying to get shorts. Absolute hot dog water. AIFF. Yep. So it was a good bounce play. Hitting the upper Bollinger Band here. Probably need some price compression to get it to go stupid again. Still waiting on the CI AI or CSAI. Lipo's tried a few times today.
I took a rig RIG Romeo India Golf. Circulations on CNBC and new positive mentions on the stock. Jim Lebenthal.
Rig, huh?
I'm sure seeing continued activity, new highs. RIG.
See if Jim Lebenthal can move a freaking 875 million share float. Let's go, Jim. Give me a penny. Give me a penny, Jim. What's the odds that I get filled on these 390 fills? Slim to none.
On CFG, members watching this volume weakness speaking at the UBS Financial Services Conference. That's on CFG.
Push through it. There you go. There you go, Jim. All right, Jim, I'll take my $70 there. Thank you, Jim. CFG. Oof. LTRY 5 minute gave us a little pop. Where are we at on that swing? $1,000. Hell yeah, brother. By the way, if you're interested in any of those news squawks that you were listening to, those are the two that I use. They both have coupons if you use them. Benzinga, you have to use the link and that coupon code for 25% off. Trade Exchange is the second one. There's a coupon attached to that one, I believe. Been using them for over 10 years now, I believe. And they're fantastic. Gonna bust through this 195 here. Small size because I don't trust it right now, but if we broke 2, that'd be sweet. At 96. MACD's curled back up, so maybe we do go. Do it. There you go. There's your 2 test. Cash. What happens at 1? 3-year note auction. Great. Okay. Getting a little extended here on the Stokes. Maybe we get a pullback here. The 5-minute chart's running into that 5-minute Bollinger Band. Yeah, I've been watching that CSAI. Might get volume late day, you know, that's might be what we're looking at. All right, I got an order in for a candle over candle here. Just looking for 2. Just looking for 2. Soap, a 5-minute cuck. Hammer. That might move back up. Keep an eye on that one. DOMH. I'll have to pull it up in a second. Filled me. Got 99. Can we get 2? Think it's ready yet. Nope. So first attempt, no. See about a second attempt if we get it. Hopefully we don't cuck here. We just cucked. Sopa broke. No, it didn't. Almost. All right, second attempt probably doesn't. We'll see. Wasn't much there at 2. 30-second candle over candle would be at 199 break. Getting out. That's a shame. All right, comes back up. We'll play it again. All right, back to SOPA. That one is interesting to me. I like that hammer. 366, really tight Bollinger Bands. That LTRY pullback. Shout out to my YouTube fellows. By the way, if you didn't know, you've got a YouTube channel. So if you're sitting at home and you're like, man, I want to watch SJ on my phone, but he only streams horizontal and it's hard to watch enough. No, I have vertical stream as well on YouTube. Go check it out. We have reached 40 viewers on YouTube. 3 of you are watching the vertical stream. Shout out to you guys. Shout out. What's up, Halo? What do you look for in the Bollinger Bands? They're just relative support and resistance. That's what I look for in them. Usually, price stays within those ranges. When it gets outside of it, it tends to come back. It doesn't stay outside of there. And usually, it uses that of resistance like this. When they pinch together, you usually get expansion. That's the 2 ways I use it. Very simple. There's many ways you can use Bollinger Bands. That's how I use it. You watch Photo Stream. If you aren't watching SA on your home theater, what are you doing? That's right, Halo. What? All right, LTRY, 1 minute would be over 194. First shot at 2 again. The MACD is crossed down, so I actually probably won't take this. Go big balls. So funny.
Take shape February 19th. Watching shares of Rivian.
Rivian's tweeting about something February 19th. Hello. This is Beta Chuck call out. Got in very early on it. Speaking of news sources. And it retraced the whole thing. Okay. It's like eligibility for VWAP, 2 standard definition, many ways. Just gonna can't use what works for you. Yep. Look at that. Pop and drop. All right, CSAI. Are you gonna do something? 15. It's basically 13. That's what I'm staring at here. Who's the random voice that? So it depends. that last one, I don't know if I had it on or not. That was beta. We call him Beta Chuck. He runs the high beta squawk in Benzinga. He's their breaking news guy that can move markets. As you saw with Rivian, he called it out. I immediately jumped in 6,000. Now it's going low a day because computers. But I got 6,000 shares at 1251 and went as high as 1261. I didn't sell up there, but I did get out for a nice little win. Go BBAI. Your squawk isn't working. Sometimes if your internet connection like flicks just a little bit, it'll disconnect. And if you disconnect or reconnect the audio, it turns back on, Cade. CSAI again breaking through the level. Okay, now we got something, right? So this is the big level on CSAI is 1318. There's 21 somehow. What is this? LTRY. Maybe a 5-minute build in there. All right. So far, so good. Getting a little extended on the Stokes. Not a huge fan of that. Tesla low a day again. Damn.
I took a Nikola and KLA. Shares are seeing continued heavy activity, new highs for Nikola, November Lima Alpha.
That was Beta Chuck. Nice margin. Can you say that slower and bat your eyes at me when you say it? So this is actually a cuck, and we cocked here. We gotta, yeah, test this 1350. There you go. There you go.
Members watching this, Tesla continuing to see weakness. TSLA down over 5.5% to lows.
Come on, rip through it. Oh, we got another cuck. Bounce off the 9 EMA. We'll see if it can continue or not. Time taker, you're still in it, huh? Jeez. Absolute animal. Absolute animal. %. Roger. There's 1 minute. I am back here. Let's see if we can break this. There's that SOPA move I was looking for. Was it 70 level? Let's try it. This is a W now, so 1380 break should probably get a nice pop. Still watching that 370 on SOPA for a scalp. Come back to that. I don't want to miss the SOPA. Damn, that's loud. Sorry, Russ. Oh my gosh, Moogle. Poor sheep. Ugh. That was shitty price action. I'm just looking for this like 370 scalp level, but I don't want to play it if it's going to grind up to it. It would be like a double bottom on the 5-minute if that 370 broke. Like 3-cent spread all of a sudden? Come on. $378 break would really turn me on. Such weird price action. Hello? Okay. Lock it in half. It's getting extended on the Stokes. Take Take the rest off. Okay, that's a nice little win. Nice little win. No home runs right now. It's all scalps. Let's try it again here. 380 break. Okay. Can you hold 380? Weird price action. No. Like, not even close. Get back up. No, this is not ideal.
You smell that? What is that?
Whoopty!
A cologne? No.
I'm out.
Opportunity.
CSAI
No. Money.
coming back out.
I smell money. Okay.
5 gifted subs by Whoopty. Let's go, buddy. 77 to the channel now. What did you trade, Whoopty? What did you trade? $84 break. 14. Oh, only there we go. Still hasn't broken for. There's the 14 break. How did I get filled there? Bullshit, bullshit. It's a very fragile process here. Oh, jeez. Come on. All right, exiting the rest. I really want high day to break, and then really want yesterday's high to break, and then we're gonna have some fun. SOPA moving back up again. Oh. Oh no, I'm missing it. SOPA. Dang, it juiced to $4. We break. Oh, going the wrong way here, bud. Lower in size. I don't want to be here getting chopped away. Mm-hmm. Go break this. We got yesterday's high. Then we moon. Then we moon. There it is. Do it. Yes! Yesterday's high, 1490. 1490, yeah. Oh, Billy! Oh, everybody's. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Go back up. Go back up. I didn't mean to rub them. I didn't mean to rub it. Back up. Back up. Gotta take half off. Freaking goes immediately. Hot damn! I know. I get 250. I'm just letting it play out a little bit here. See where it wants to go. Can't believe it didn't halt there. Damn it. Get wrecked, Moogle. I see what you're trying to do. Decent day today so far. Decent day. There's been some consistent movers. Another 1 minute play potentially here. We'll see. What do I got? 15, 26. WHLR popping up in a big way here. Not sure what that's about. Another ad potentially. Oh, went right past the level. That's a cock, so we'll see if it goes. Aww. How'd that flush down there? That's weird. SOPA trying for that $4 level. Whoa, markets. Hello. Nice girthy green candles here. Oh, trade was just it's a bunch. There wasn't really a I mean, there was a couple $1,000 winners, but it's been mostly scalping. CSAI was. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Power U Trade will tell me. Hopefully, it doesn't disconnect me from here. Might. We'll see. So CSAI made 1,600 on, TEM made 600, LTRY 400, PGY 240, Rivian 180, BBAI 130, RIG $73, and AIFF $12. I lost $46 on LiPo and $62 on MSOS. So it's been more about just no red today, really. Yeah, Nvidia's juiced. Good thing I sold around 120. I would hate to hold that thing right now at 133 and made all that money. At least it didn't short at 120. That's true. At least it didn't short at 120. All right, W level 1590 on here. It's also a 5-minute. This could go pretty nicely. 30-cent spread needs to go away. Is that another cuck? Not really. Looking for that 1591 break for another run at 16. And then if we're really lucky, high day and beyond, maybe 1650. This bid needs to move up. Trying to take chunks out of it. $85. What? Bid keeps walking up. Gonna get the move here. They're coming together. Which way are we gonna go? Okay. Of course. Of course. Just had to go down, didn't you? Just had to go down. All right, that resets everything. AIFF coming back up. Quite the move there. Gotta go pee. Tell you about my pro hockey. Well. Shut up, good banana. I actually don't have a code for Trader View. I tried many a time to get it to work with eTurd, and it doesn't do it very well. And last time I signed up for him, I think it was Trader View. I couldn't get anybody to help me. It was like they just ghosted me. So I was like, the hell with this. I don't know if it was Trader View. There's two companies that do what Trader View does. Can't remember if it was Trader View or the other one. I wish one of them would get it to work great with eTurd, because I would think there's a lot of value in, what they break down. SOPA trying again is a W. Is Trader View the best? It's one that's probably more popular. No, this is email support. I couldn't get anyone to answer me back in a timely fashion. Finally, my free trial ran out, and I was like, okay, canceling this. And then like 3 weeks later, I finally get a message back. I was like, okay, I ain't, Sopa's really trying. I see you over there, dude. Somehow I got the worst fill possible. Let's break 403. Oh. So half. Good try. Good try. AIF has another 5-minute with a cuck. See if we can get back up above that 947. I hit 58. get to 77 somehow. Lot of selling. There's 58. And MACD needs to flip up. Pretty clear levels up here for some sort of juicer that could happen out of it. And this goes all the way back here. Maybe. Maybe. BYON juicing. Huh. Sopa broke. Go Sopa, go Sopa, go. We'll see what it does here. I don't know what's up with this BYON, just freaking juiced. AI. Not sure how I only got filled 500 shares there. Here we are. Oh, yeah. Four. Very difficult right now. Do it. There it is. Oh, yeah. Got that 26. Oh, don't sell off. No! Damn it, man. Such a nice move. And then you got to go and do that shit. Lost $100 on that trade. LTRY has some levels here on the 5-minute. Do it. Cracked it. Came right back. What did he change his name to? Elam? What did he change it to, though? Before that. Harry Bolts. Oh, balls. Watch the clip in general. Yeah, I saw the clip on CNN. I didn't know Elon changed his name to it, though. That's funny. Soap a 5-minute. Hang on, Jason. I'm in a trade. What? Come on, you were right there. Territory swap. What are we doing here, Sopa? There's some bullshit. Bring it! What is this level? Oh my gosh, this is stupid. I guess candle under candle, 4:30 break, flush it all out, then it'll go eventually. $4.29. That's a cook with nothing happening. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 point flat top. If this breaks and nothing happens, I'm gonna punch myself right in the dick hole. Or you just go down. Disregard this entire move here. 433. Big Swum, I don't have TOS. The things you see is the majority of my real screen. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Only have half size, though. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, SOPA high day, 470. Oh, shit. Well, I wanted 460, not 463. E-turd, thank you. Let's get that 80. Get that 480. All right. Let's try it again. Third time's a charm. Boom. What am I at? 77? Ugly fills. Oh my gosh. All right, whatever. Oof. Get back over 5. Now it'll go as soon as I get out. Piece of junk. That was a failed cuck. I was thinking about entering right there. Should go high today. Oh, belly. Uh. 39. That was a cuck and go. You took 10K, Hilo? Ugh, I wish I had the balls to do that. I really don't. I need to, though. That was beautiful. I tend to size it. So I only took 2,000 shares. I tend to double size at least when there's a failure to move one direction, like a cut go or a cock drop. But I really need to size up more of those. The monthly trigger? Jeez. Did SOPA have news recently? I guess I could look it up. Uh-oh. Shit was... Yeah. I don't know. What's his face just called it out. The XY. Just cratering. Not really sure what that is. Market's juiced off it though. Country selling. Hmm. Talking about Stephen Taylor. And there's no newbie questions. There's no such thing. There's just questions. And we encourage people to ask questions of all types. So, but trying again. The red and green text. Are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about these things? Steven! Answer! Why do they call me the cooler? Zinni, punch yourself right in the butthole. Okay? Am I taking peaches for V-Day? Am I referring to? I mean, there's so many red and green things he could be talking about. He could be talking about my order entry. He could be talking about the L2. He could talk about high day, low day. I don't know. Don't tell me with a good time. That's the only red green text you see. Well, Steven, if you're still watching, the L2, this is just the orders that are going through on the market. Red means that the bid was hit. Green means the ask was hit. If you're talking about this over here, this is just a high day and low day scanner. And the numbers next to it is how many times it's hit the scanner. Can you explain 12.26.9 and how it relates to the 14? Well, if you're a freaking degen and you want to divide the day into accurate measurements of time, the trading day that is, then you would use the time frames Cheese is talking about. It's on my screen. Okay. And this is also Deep Cheese, by the way. It's important to know that he speaks in code. You will not ever understand anything he says. Don't try. Just wait till when he says something, wait 4 or 5 texts later, and eventually he'll tell you what he meant to tell you in the first one. So, boom. First text is just think of it just like a notification. Cheese wants your attention. Then tune him out for about 4 or 5 texts. Boom. Then he'll give you the actual thing he was trying to say. Yes. Yeah, there you go, Cavitate. And then 2 years later, Cheese will be like, hey, remember XYZ timestamp on the 11th of February 2 years ago? Remember that time? Yeah, clear as day. It ain't easy being green is your new theme song. That's right. That's right. I think I might be related to. Wait, I think it. What? Tell that stock related, but I'm cool with learning things in advance. What are we talking about? See, I'm already lost. It ain't easy being green. I used to love the Muppets, man. Love the Muppets. This is from Beta Chuck, RR tweeting about something that they're tweeting about. What? It's a video? That's all I wanted there, RR. 5K day, let's go. Off hints. What are we talking about, jeez? Oh my gosh, you're talking about Stokes and MACD. I have never dicked with the settings of these to even know. So 14 period is the Stoke. Okay. What are these? 12 period, 26 period, 9 period. Thank you, thank you. SOPA is absolutely juiced. Jeez, I appreciate the love. But can you please stop sending me waifu stuff in the middle of the night? Okay, I mentioned I was into it like one time, but it's getting too much. Thank you, B. Man, I have training view on my iPhone. I need to upgrade. Yeah. Shouldn't be trading on your phone. Raid my favorite booty streamer. I don't know if Spaceman's on. always do market orders when you sell and buy on day trades? Yeah, I typically only use market orders because I want in and out. I'm not necessarily concerned of squeezing every penny out of potential profit. So, in and out, man. Just like peaches. Also, E-Trade doesn't have good hotkeys, so I can't even, and they don't have buttons for sell on the ask. So, just soaking. Oh God. Do we have any Mormons in here? I have questions about soaking. Sopa, an absolute beast. How you feeling, sir? Ugh. Well, if I didn't have that first minus $9,000 swing. Ugh. Pissed me off is what it did. I just want to get a nice cushion on the year, which I have not been able to do yet. I mean, we're up, but not where I want to be right now. Swing. Yesterday, I ended the stream minus $4,000, but by the end of the day, I was able to make it all back. I finished the day plus $6, you know, and today we're plus 5,000. So it's been a wild week. It's only Tuesday, so, and I woke up thinking today was Friday. So this is gonna be one hell of a long week. Calling it here, boys. $5,000 day. Boys and girl, apologize. I'm gonna get my oil changed. Good day. Really good day. Happy for it. Now, the key for tomorrow is don't dick it up. Don't dick it up. Thoughts on Bitcoin and ETH? I don't like them. I sold them this morning. They had a chance to do something last night, and they're kind of breaking down. They got to reset. Anyway. Y'all have a good one. We'll be back out tomorrow. Thank you all for the follows. I see all of you on YouTube. Appreciate that. All the new follows on Twitch. And Demjin holding down Kick all by himself. See you guys later. Peace out.